just not stream tonight. So please, God, let's work this time. Let's see if they can introduce themselves.
Maybe that's the problem. You've tried off Pantheon building and all the gods are after you now.
Fixed.
Whee! Fixed it! So now everyone can introduce themselves top to bottom for the third time.
What's up, party peoples? Azuzu playing Ishida, Huichi, the Astro Monk.
Scott playing Russell Leaves for Bogdruid.
The other Scott playing Cecilia, the Tiefling Warlock.
Sam playing Nico, the Elf Barbarian.
Traz playing the Draxus, the Gemstone Dragonborn Conjuration Wizard.
And I'm Colin playing Odinius, the Triton Life Cleric.
And Traz has volunteered to do our recap this week, so have at it, sir.
Last week, after venturing our way to the graveyard for the Draxus's invitation and possible hunt for the missing children, we moved our way through the graveyard, encountering a ghost of sorts, saying that her graveyard, her home, was tainted with darkness or something. Draxus managed to persuade that the group would get rid of this darkness if he could have access through. Successfully doing so, we passed through, heading for another part of the graveyard. A few of the members of the group saw some sort of illusion or such of names and gravestones of people they knew, though not exactly sure what it was after looking and the names disappearing. Making our way to the structure on the other side of the graveyard to find a town's guard who was helping, what was her name? Adriana. Sorry.
Adriana.
Adriana. I can't read. A guard trying to help Adriana, the blue tattooed sorceress, I believe, stop her sisters from doing whatever dark magic they're trying to do. She going invisible, but him getting caught by a ogre and its dog, that is obviously defending said ritual of such. Patching him up and asking him to stand guard at the entrance. The group head down. Draxus and Nico use the password to walk straight past the ogre and his thought to be dog but hellhound. But unfortunately, the rest of the group thought about other ideas and ended up getting into a fight with it. Russell went down but was quickly gotten back up. Ashida went dark Ashida and went hunting for the ogre after the hellhound was killed and got knocked out by said ogre. And the rest of the group managed to, through a charm person and persuasion and the help of a little glowing stone, managed to persuade the ogre to leave peacefully and head back out into the woods. On doing so, we ventured forth deeper, finding some cages where Terra, the mother of one of the lost children, had been beaten, bruised, and knocked unconscious at the back of one of these cages. We entered a largish room where Jane Eyre, the leader of the Starlings, the local thieves guild, and two of the sorcerer sisters were conducting a ritual over a child tied up on a altar, while Our allied sorcerer was tied up to a statue on the other side. In entering, we got into combat, managed to defeat them all, not before Jane Eyre managed to use Cone of Cold to damage most of us and kill Ashida outright. But before killing her, Draxus used Detect Thoughts to hear that she was smiling as she died and thinking, I hope this deal works. After finishing that, Ashida seemed to be brought back to life somehow, helping him get out of the ice that he was capsulated in. Draxus, Russell, and Nico searched the room, found a few bits and pieces, some bonding moments of Terra and her daughter reunited, and Adriana saying about to come meet her in the north at the Silent Mountain, I believe, as well as teasing Draxus with that she's met other gemstone dragons, and I believe we were just having a long rest before venturing forth to see if we can find the rest of the children.
Correct. So that is where we left off. Does anyone want to do anything during the long rest? Because I know we have a couple of elves that only sleep for 4 hours, so.
Yeah, Ishida will kind of trance for 4 hours, but then actually sleep for the other 4 hours. He needs the rest. But do I know where Ladinia is?
You didn't suddenly go blind overnight, so I'm fairly sure you can see her.
Yeah, but Ladinia was, if I remember, she wasn't next to me? Or is she still next to me?
I don't think we stated where people were actually sleeping.
I would have been sleeping just kind of leaning against the wall, just kind of curled up. So after my trance, I'll kind of have a glance around, see where Ladinia is, and then just have another 4 hours sleep.
I'm gonna just take my 4 hours, and then get up, find somewhere private, maybe one of the other caves. So like probably back here somewhere dark, and then try and make contact. I guess it's gonna sit, kind of stare into the darkness a little bit. Just say, I don't really know how this works, but I heard you wanted to talk, so now's the best time, I guess.
Okay. For a couple of minutes, nothing really happens. You just sit there, staring into the darkness. After a couple of minutes, you do begin to feel a bit of a change and a shift around yourself. So if you would like to join me in the whisper channel downstairs.
No.
Come downstairs.
You can stay here if you want. I'll sit in the whisper channel and talk to myself. It's fine. Or I'll drag you down there.
I'll go on.
Let me mute the stream and hope this doesn't fuck everything up again.
No. didn't really feel like I had a choice. I mean, if you're going to be doing stuff like that, it's hard to ignore. Well, nevertheless, I'm here. Okay. Do you have any other details on this guy? What's, what does he look like? Yeah, anything that can help me narrow him down as quick as possible. That's a risk I'm willing to take. I'll do this small favor, and we'll see how things progress in the future. This doesn't mean I worship you in some way, or even like you just a small bit, but you've piqued my interest. Alright, we've got a deal. Oh, you got an evil Raven Queen. Your Raven Queen is evil. No,
Is he dead?
He is very much dead. You now have a new. He is currently rolling up his new character. It's fine. So does anyone else want to do anything else during the long rest? I'm pretty sure Draxus is not actually sleeping.
Well, Draxus doesn't even know about the long rest yet.
Awesome.
So Draxus, after probably about 10 minutes of like thinking about where the Silent Mountain is in relation to him, he will probably sit down in the chair and probably first have a look at the large leather bound book to see what that is.
Okay, make me a history or a religion check, whichever you fancy.
Wow, starting the night off strong.
So you can tell the book contains several confusing symbols and coded messages in its pages somewhere, and they give a slightly religious feel, but you've got no idea about them. You can't translate them, you can't read them. No idea of even the religion they're pointing to.
Religious nonsense.
Yeah, pretty much religious babble.
Awesome. Close that up. I'm sure Ladinia or Nico will be interested, maybe. Who cares? And then he will identify the scroll and the 2 beads.
Okay, so the scroll is a scroll of darkness. The spell darkness, not just darkness. And the beads are force beads. You have 2 of them. And you also got the greaves. I forgot to add those, but they are in there.
Ah, yes, and he would identify the greaves.
And yes, I've already showed you them.
So that would have probably taken just shy of an hour or so. With that, he would probably open the door to see where everybody is, and noticing that pretty much everybody's like gone to sleep, and that he just sort of like, what a bunch of dicks. But he shrugs, looks around, and then he will step over Russell very awkwardly, probably waking him up a little bit, and go over to Jane's body. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know if we checked Jane's body or not.
I think you did mainly because I included it in the stuff. So
Okay, then that's fair enough. With that, he will then yeah, he's going to basically cut her head off with a bit of precision. He'll take out his herbalism medical kit and spend a bit of time just taking the head off nice and gently, and then wrapping it up in a bit of cloth or her clothing or such.
perfect. So yep, you do that. It takes a little bit of time, but you now have Jane's head.
While I'm doing that, he will just for well, he thinks for quicken sake, he will send Spyro to have a look through the rest of the caves for him, just to see if he can see where if there's any kids held anywhere else or such.
Make me a perception check. Okie pokey.
Good old Spyro.
Let me. I need to find out how to reveal parts of maps for any certain people. But I trust you all enough to not metagame. So, this is what he sees. She sees, sorry. She?
She.
So, around this area she sees this is a dark hallway of carved earth, dotted with several little antechambers off to the side, where old bodies and old bones and decaying bodies are moving around. Up here, let me find my pinging button, is a portcullis that she can't get through. And then this room down here is a it's actually carved stone, so it's less of a cave and more of an actual room. And in the middle of it is a blue and white porcelain basin that's sitting empty atop an ornately carved pedestal. Circling the rim of the basin are words in odd language. Is this you reading them, or is this Spyro that would be reading them? So
No, it would be Spyro, because obviously Drax is taking the head in the minute. She can read Common and Draconic.
So she does not understand the language. And then here is a door that is firmly closed. But that is the rest of the cave that she can see.
Okie dokie, interesting. Well, with that, he will finish taking the head, wrap it up, head back into the room, probably waking up Russell a second time as he steps over, and he will then probably spend an hour. Shouldn't he? Yeah, no, he's pretty hurt, so he's just gonna pull out his large winter blanket and curl up in the corner and go to sleep.
Okay. So I believe that's everyone that can do anything in a long rest. Am I missing anybody? No? Okay. So that is the end of the long rest. You will get up after 8 hours. Everyone fairly rested. You will notice Nico isn't there. But Terra and her little girl are. And they are looking definitely ready to go. But yes, what would you like to do this morning?
Probably give Terra directions on how to get out. It's fairly cleared out from our last little jaunt through.
Okay. She will take your directions and go, thank you very much. When you are back in town, please feel free to drop by. I don't have much, but I may be able to give you a little something to help us as thanks for helping get her back.
Noted. And just as she's walking away with the kid, I'll just start whistling the same sea shanty I was playing the last time.
You see the
kid.
you see the smile across the little girl's face, and she looks back and starts waving at you. Bye, lady with funny horns. And they'll wander
Just gonna
off.
just go back and go, really? Funny horns? And give her a wink as she's leaving. Then go join the others.
Okay. So what are the others up to?
I'll go to Latinia and ask kind of what happened between us getting attacked by the wolf and me getting woken up by you guys again.
You were being a prick, that's what. You hear me shout from halfway across the room.
Oh, oh,
Yes, you were acting very out of sorts. You became extremely aggressive and focused on the fact that you weren't allowed to finish up the Hellhound.
okay. Did I say anything else? Or was it just aggression?
There was threat towards Cecilia as well. I would probably keep distance from her just for a little.
If is Cecilia around, or is this kind of roughly where she is standing?
Standing at the opposite end of the room from you, yeah.
Okay. I'll look at Cecilia and say, I do apologize.
Just standing there cross-armed, just looking at you as if like, ha.
I will be honest. I've got no excuse, but I have been blacking out more recently than before, and I don't know what comes over me when I do black out. I apologize if I caused any offense. It's not in my nature to do so.
Still deciding, arms crossed, shaking her head.
What is the plan for today then?
As much as we have been told that the rest of the children probably haven't survived, I would still like to explore what was left of this complex. I, as I say, couldn't live with myself if we did leave anybody down here.
Well, there's a bunch of undead down the other pathway. Nika will have a field day with that.
And where is our barbarian friend?
He was last. Oh, I last saw him with yous.
You didn't see him when you got up?
Wasn't really paying much attention. I think he was trancing at the time, but saying that I didn't really notice that you were still alive. Little Mr. Frosty Pants.
The new primary objective? Find out where he is. Shall we? And I'm just going to cast light on the trident because I know how dark it is through there and start heading out.
Cool.
I'll follow behind.
I'll try my best to be as like within 5 feet of Latinia. But if Cecilia is gonna be interposing between us, then I'll of course respect that boundary.
Cool. Is everyone going?
Yep. There'll be a slight delay as I stuff my leaves back into my bag and head off.
Okay. So you all walk through, Lavinia leading, Cecilia behind her, Rashida behind them, and then the others following behind. And you walk back the way you came until you bump into Nico in the dark in the previous cave. Nico, you hear your friends coming because they're not trying to stealth, so you can hear them all.
I'm gonna go and run and just stand in, like, with my face facing the corner, like at the end of the Blair Witch Project, just to freak them out.
Having obviously been able to see you in the dark, I'll just be like, "Oh no, you scared us!" When they're overly taking the mic of, "Oh, I didn't see you there, but of course I did."
Yeah, I've got light on the trident, so it's like 20 foot of bright light around me. So
But yeah, I got 60 feet dark vision, so as soon as he's like trying to sneak up, I'm like, "Oh, 1, 2, 3, jumps out. Oh no, you got me." You're woken up in a very foul mood.
All right.
Nico, are you all okay? You seem to have abandoned us there. Is all well?
No, I'm fine. Um, Sometimes you just need a moment to yourself. So I took that moment. Sorry if I worried you at all.
It was more that you were missing when we woke. I was concerned, especially because, according to Draxus, there are undead roaming the halls.
Well, I guess that's my cue to, and he'll just pick up his sword and just kind of tap it. Get this bad boy a swinging.
Cool.
Somebody lead the way.
Perhaps I should, since I can naturally see in the dark.
And perhaps Draxus? Sorry, that's Zuzu being a bit dyslexic there. Perhaps Draxus should also lead the way. He knows where we need to go.
Yeah, Jaxus can't see shit.
Oh, I thought. Oh,
I can push him in the right direction, but he can't see anything.
I can at the minute. He's sort of got his eyes shut, but Spyro's head's just poking out from underneath his coat.
Well, you go on ahead then.
Mm, I'm alright. And he points over the way. Up the stairs, room on 2 rooms on your left and a larger area at the end. Couple of corpses in each, roughly, roaming around. And then there's a basin to the right with a door and a portcullis at the end. Spyro couldn't get much further than that.
Nico, since you will be heading this fight, I would offer you protection if you would allow it.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on Nico, so that's +2 to AC.
Thank you very much.
You know, just a basic hand movement. There's a small glowing barrier around you, which just gently settles on.
Thank you. This will certainly come in handy.
And I shall, of course, follow with the mobile sanctuary, and with the banner with both hands.
All right. Cecilia, you up front?
I can go up front, yes.
All right. I'll come right behind you.
Get to where those kind of stairs are on this map here and take a little peek out, see if anything's changed since Spyro's done a whip round.
Make me a perception check. Nothing's changed. I'm loving the 3 rolls we've had so far. Have been 2 nat 1s and a nat 20.
Roll some dice, guys, please. This is giving me a lot of anxiety.
Okay. So as you walk up here, it's exactly pretty much as Drax has described it. It's just this dark hallway of carved earth and rock and stone dotted around. You do notice the 2 zombies to your left that are still there, just wandering around. They haven't spotted you yet. And in front, obviously, you can see there's another door going further up to the left, and then the cave opening up right in front of you. And the door to the right with the sort of carved stone man-made room with the basin in the middle.
Can I just take a brief moment? I'm just going to turn around. Is the dragon behind me?
Make me a perception check. No, he doesn't appear to be. Draxus, do me a favour and make me an investigation check. Cool, thank you.
Guys? I think Draxus may have wandered off.
Really?
Should we head back to look for him first?
Perhaps you guys can continue. I can go look for him.
Perhaps you should.
We'll deal with these. If you don't find him, you do one whip round. If you don't find him, come straight back.
Okay. And then I will. Is there any kind of trace of where he may have gone?
Roll me a survival check. Looking for tracks and things. There's not too much of a trace. You do see faint footprints close to where you are, leading sort of back the way you came. So back into the sort of where the ritual was taking place. Other than that, no real trace.
I will follow that. Try to go towards where the ritual is.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily stealthing, but I'll try to do it as kind of slowly and kind of without. Yeah, not necessarily stealthing, but I'll try to do it slowly and cautiously.
Okay.
Would I be able to go all the way there all the way here without problem?
Yeah. Is Draxus still there?
Yeah.
So you walk into the room and you find him investigating the altar and having a look and seeing what that's about. Oh, away in his own little world, making notes as he looks.
I'll observe him because I don't want to particularly disturb what he's doing, but then I'll kind of mention to him saying, Draxus, you left without saying anything. Do you not want to join us?
Just as a out of character thing, the corpses that were moving around, they were just normal corpses. They weren't like children.
No, they were normal adult corpses. I'm not quite that
Just checking.
disturbed.
Just checking after time playing with Scott, you know. With all the
I'm not
respect,
even
Scott.
offended by that. I'm not even offended. I should be, but I'm not.
um, Drax has just sort of doesn't even turn really. He just sort of slightly tilts his head and just goes, "Well, there's undead that way, and none of them are children. So if there were, this is where they're doing a ritual, and unless they're being kept in behind that door or portcullis, there's something else happened to them, and it was obviously here. And the amount of blood here, could I tell how old it was, or and roughly how much it was?"
Make me an intelligence check. Yeah, so from what you can tell, um, there's a range. So some of the stains are like hundreds of years old, not recent at all. But there's a few that seem a couple of weeks, and a week, and then a couple of days, and then the most recent one is as fresh as yesterday. There's a pool of blood that hasn't stained or anything. It's just sitting there. You can tell it's been there since yesterday.
And there's no arcane runes or anything on the altar. It's just a pretty looking altar.
Yep, no, it's just a pretty looking altar with the. You get the feeling it's less arcane and more religious
Yeah.
from your
Okay.
investigation.
That's fair enough. He just sort of turns around and goes, "Well, I don't think we'll be finding anything here. So if Nico wants to do what he does and clean up the dead, interesting to see what's behind the door, but also just interested to see how well the guard got on with the ogre. But questions for later. Come on then, Ice Pop." And he starts walking back out.
I will follow him.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the room full
Well,
of zombies.
doing all their stuff, like to kind of just like shimmy over to Lavinia and say, You have to forgive me, your ladyship, for the breaking decorum. However, after yesterday," and she kind of looks back into the dark where Ashida walked off and says, "You'll have to understand that
No, I do agree. Under normal circumstances, he does seem to be quite harmless and friendly, but when he was attacked, that was mildly perturbing. I will be keeping an eye on him, don't worry. And I do fully understand tensions running high.
there's probably, I'm not used to this kind of environment. So you again, doing that whole respectful, it's like walking back towards where the zombie rooms are, just like, yeah, just so we're clear. How do we wish to proceed, though? Kind of just pointing where the room is, where the George Romero cast offs are kind of hanging around?
Nico's probably just gonna draw his sword and just walk on in like it's nothing.
Because they weren't aware of you, I will allow you a surprise round on them. So pick a target and roll to hit.
All right, I'll go for that one, the one that's closest to me now, the one that's just on the left of Nico. Reckless.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to set it to advantage.
That's fine. A 22 hits.
You had it was a secret turn. It was surprise round anyways. You had advantage anyways.
Mm-hmm.
You need to use reckless.
Oh right, yeah, of course. Well, just smash it in the back.
Okay. So now they are all aware of you. Well, these two are at least. We'll see how much noise and whether the rest of them get attracted. Can you all roll in a moment? Initiative.
Even myself and Draxus.
Drat mines doesn't come on. Hang on a sec. First 16.2. Well, I'll keep the first one or change it to the second.
Keep the first one.
Give me a quick second while I change it.
Okie pokey, so that is everyone. So, Cecilia, you are going first. You've just watched your freaky looking elven companion walk into a room of undead and whack the fuck out of one of them.
Okay, would I have a clear shot on one of the Walking Dead cast-offs?
The one at the top you would have, the one at the bottom you would not.
Okay, is it the top one that he's already swung for, or is it the one at the bottom?
Which one were you swinging for, Nico?
The one at the bottom.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll go for the one at the top then, and say the line, Warlock. Eldritch Blast.
Cool. An 11 hits, yes.
13 points. Then I'll move back and just nestle myself close to the doorway, but not too close.
Okay.
And in my turn.
Ishida.
I would know where they are, right?
You know where you left them.
Okay. I'm gonna spend my whole turn kind of walking up to where they are, hoping that Drax will join me. And then I will. Yeah, that's my turn. I'm just gonna walk up there because I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Nico.
Alright. I'm gonna rage and then I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay. Go for it. And 11 hits.
So 17. 18.
Okay. Our one is looking fairly hurt. Draxus.
Knowing which way they should be heading, I'll just wander another 30 feet.
Mhm.
About there, and that's my turn.
So, this zombie here is going to move there, so it gets advantage. And it's going to try and hit Nico. So a 22 to hit.
Oh yeah.
So you take 3 bludgeoning damage. Russell, your turn.
I'm gonna kind of walk circularly over to Cecilia. So squeeze myself past Lavinia. Excuse me. Get to here. Can I see the one of the zombies in there?
Yeah, you can just about see the one at the top. You cannot see the one at the bottom.
Then I'm going to cast Produce Flame.
Okay, roll it. Yep, 22 hits, so 2 fire damage.
I will then, be being the better part of valor. I will then step back.
Cool. Ladinia.
I'm just going to move up and make sure to get Nico inside the.
Mhm. Okay. So is that your turn?
Yeah, well, I've got my banner up. I can't really do much else.
Okay. So this zombie here is going to make a wisdom, did you say? Is it?
It is wisdom.
No, within that one, it does not make that wisdom save, so it doesn't get to attack anybody. So Cecilia, we are back to you.
Cool. I will move up past Gardenia's and whichever zombie looks the worst off, Eldritch Blessed.
The one at the bottom, but you are within melee range, so it would be at disadvantage because it's a ranged attack.
You get out. Go with disadvantage then. He's a little slow.
Yep, 18 still hits.
Just pop over Nico's shoulder and go, excuse me, and just palm it in the face with it.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. So, you watch this zombie crumple to the floor from your Eldritch Blast, and then a second later you watch it stand back up again. Still looking very, very damaged, but very much still kicking it. Ishida.
Could okay, so at this point I would know that things are happening, so I'm gonna move up. Would I be able to see
To be
this?
fair, you've watched Russell run into the room, shoot produce flame at something, and then move back.
Okay.
You've watched
Would I-
Lavinia run in, so you'd know shit is going on.
Okay. Would I be able to see this person over here?
Yes.
Yep. Then I'm going to take my short bow out and kind of take a shot at it.
Okay. Roll to hit.
17.
Hits.
That's 9 damage. And then I'm going to move up to, sorry, just there-ish. Because I know Traxxas is coming behind us. And that's my turn.
Nico, you've just watched the undead dude in front of you crumple to the ground and stand back up.
Would I know that's fairly normal for a zombie?
Roll me a history check. You have encountered very few zombies in your time, and none of the ones you've encountered have done that before.
Alright. I'll hit him again.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Reckless.
Okay. A 14 hits.
$15.
Okay. So on this hit, you slash at it with your attack. It crumples to the ground and it does not get back up again.
Oh yeah. In that case, I'm gonna use my movement. Get some space in here. Come up for him.
Draxus, your turn.
Drax is gonna move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There, and he's going to start having a look in this room.
Okay, make me a perception check because you're still outside of the room, so you're not properly investigating it. Okay, so you don't see much more than what Spyro saw, so just the man-made built room with the basin in the middle. You can kind of see the writing from where you are, but you're not close enough to be able to read it.
That's fair enough. And that's my turn.
Okay, so this zombie here is going to turn to Nico, who is now out of the 10-foot banner range. 10 foot?
10 foot.
Yeah. And it is going to roll with advantage, because I'm reckless. And 21?
Yeah, 21 hits. I forgot about the bat.
So 6 bludgeoning damage.
Is that already halved or half?
That's not halved, so yeah, half hit, so 3.
Okay.
Perfect. Russell, Scott, second, are you back? Okay, not yet, so I will...
So he said on his
Yes,
turn
I saw.
he would, yeah.
I was just waiting to see if he was back or not. If so, I didn't have to grab his character sheet, but I will do it. I won't move him back and forth. We'll just say he did that. An 18 hits with 5 fire damage. Ladinia.
Okay, with only one undead, I'm going to do. I forgot a spell's name. One sec. Sacred Flame.
Okay, I think it's a dex save.
Yep.
So it gets a 5, so it takes the damage, and you watch it poof into a load of radiant ash. So that is the end of this little area.
I hope you don't mind little assist there. I assumed since there was only one left, we could do without the barrier's protection.
Oh yeah, no, it's all right. Raging. I'm just screaming.
I believe there's another room just up ahead with the same problem.
Shall we press on?
Just a moment. I have an idea, and as I step out here, I'm going to use thaumaturgy about here, just creating just a general noise to see if we can lure the. If they're still in, if they lure them out.
Make me a performance check. None of them seem to react to it, which is odd considering out of game. They have a minus. The zombies have a -2 to perception, and the skeletons have a -1. But yeah, the thaumaturgy does not seem to get their attention. They have some kind of idea that that's not what it appears.
That's our typical sort of frustrated huff. That'll be our turn.
You're out of combat for the moment. I'm just keeping the turn order up for when it kicks off again.
Well, that's frustrating.
If that's the case, can Nico move to here, which would be 30 foot? Can he see round that corner? Can he see one of them?
You can see the one in the back. The one in the front is a little bit hidden.
All right. Seeing as that's 30 foot, so that's like a round's worth of movement. If I make an attack on it with my javelin, can I get my red?
I'll allow it.
All right, I'm gonna have a go at throwing a javelin at it.
Go for it.
Reckless.
17 hits. Cool.
I think I get divine fury on that. And your weapon strikes. Yeah, it doesn't say melee range. Yep. Okay, cool. So 12 points damage.
Okay. And that will put us back into combat. So we are actually at Cecilia's turn right now.
Okay, well, I'm just going to step by everybody. Take the other side of the door. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, that's about it. Peek in, see target, and fire off Eldritch Blast at the top one here.
Yep, and 19 hits.
And just place myself next to the wall, look at Nico and say, "This is actually a lot of fun."
Nico just screams. He's raging hard.
I've just got the image of the goat screaming in my head for some reason.
That's exactly what it's like.
Oh dear me, that's amazing. So, Nishida.
A quick out of character. Would Draxus told us about the undead, but did he tell us specifically that there was like 2 rooms, 2 lots here, and then a skeleton up there?
Draxus?
He said there were 2 rooms on the left and a large room at the end, and there were undead corpses wandering them all.
Okay. In that case, I will. I'll run up there, and then I'm just going to take 2 pot shots at this guy.
Okay.
First one, 10.
Just hits, yep.
So that'll be 5 damage, and again, 22.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think I went back and read the thing. Because of monk, my modifier does apply to the second one, so that'll be 7 points of damage instead of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my turn.
Yep, so that one is dead. Nico, your turn.
All right, I've got to keep this rage going, so I'm gonna I'm gonna go right up the corridor, guys. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 foot up to there.
Okay.
All right, right.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do this whole thing in one raid. 21.
Hits. Mm-hmm.
So 22.
You do some hella damage to that skeleton, but it is just about still standing.
All right, let's
I'm just quickly rolling initiative for the skeletons. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Sam, any
Sorry.
scope you can disconnect and reconnect. You kind of break up like halfway through your sentences.
Is that any better? If I
Yeah.
keep talking like this? All right, just give me a shout if it happens again.
No worries.
Okay. Draxus, it'd be your turn.
These guys have got it on the hand. Drax is gonna crouch down, pull out his spell book, make sure the hemp wrap is around the cover, and start ritual casting comprehend languages.
Mm-hmm.
While Spyro just sort of keeps an eye up the corridor.
Okie pokey. So this is the dead zombie. Russell.
All right, I'm gonna move up. This other room here.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt almost crash into Cecilia because I'm operating in low light here. Oh, is there anything in there? Anything up ahead?
Like an air hostess goes on your left. There's probably one still standing, along with that idiot monk. And straight ahead, there's a bunch of spooky skeletons that Nico seems to be bothering the crap out of.
Okay. And I will step to the left. With a ball of fire in my hand, can I see said living zombie?
Make me a perception check. Yes, you most definitely can.
It's be getting blasted.
Go for it.
Apparently not.
No, but can you roll me a d4, please? So that produced flame that you threw, you get distracted by a noise behind you, turn round as you throw it, and it hits the Sheeta.
Just 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
The zombie's sighing!
Oh yeah, Russell has no idea that that hit a Sheeta instead. So, this skeleton's turn. Excuse me, things may take me a moment or two longer because my cat has decided to sleep on me and I'm having to use one of my hands to keep her steady, so you might actually be able to hit her, to be fair. So this skeleton here is going to take out a short bow and take aim at not Ishida, Nico, sorry. Nope, it misses. With a 7, I don't think that's hitting anybody.
Just me.
Ladinia.
Okay, I'm just going to move up. I've still got light going on, so I'll be able to see what's going on. I'll move up there.
Mm-hmm.
From there, would I be able to see the other zombie?
You can just like the tip of its back. Well, the edge of its back.
Then I'm going to Sacred Flame it.
Okay. So it fails its dex save and takes 3 radiant damage.
Okay, that's the turn.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where in my notebook I put the HP with one hand. Found it, just still standing. So, the zombie is going to walk up to Ishida. And going to attempt to hit him. Does a 20 hit? I believe so.
Does a 20 hit?
Not a nat 20, just a 20. Your AC is 17, that's not that far off of it. So that is 7 bludgeoning damage.
I think you want to kill this character. I'm getting that feeling back.
Oh yeah, definitely, which is why you came back to life last session and I didn't just leave you dead. I mean, if you want, I can backtrack. I'm the DM, I can choose to do that.
No.
That's what I thought.
No.
So, this skeleton's turn here. So, it is also going to pull out a short bow and attempt to attack Nico.
Go for it.
Once again, a 7 does not hit. I can't roll tonight, apparently.
Are you rolling with advantage because I attacked reckless?
No, I'm not. Thank you for reminding me.
I'm honest.
That's also a 7.
Yes.
I've rolled. Oh, out of the last 4 rolls, I've rolled 7 3 times. It's ridiculous.
Yet you managed to get me to almost below half health. So
Cecilia, your turn.
Cool. Reposition a little bit. Call it to Nico. You hit him low, I hit him high, and one up here. Scalp it with Eldritch Blast.
Okay, rolled it.
15.
15 hits, yes.
11 points.
Yep, so that one disintegrates into a pile of bones.
Just as it falls together, just as well I picked that bone, eh? And end my turn.
And I'm assuming the goat is still screaming.
Oh yeah, big goat scream energy.
Ishida, it is your turn.
having received the bludgeoning damage, Ishida's guard will again drop to the floor. Not to the floor, but drop to his side, and he'll go to his astral form. Again, just this kind of demonic, dark presence around him. And without his hands even moving, there'll be one unarmed strike against this one over here.
Okay.
25.
Hits.
That'll be 5 points of damage.
Okay.
That's my turn.
So, you watch this zombie crumple down to the floor. You assume it's dead. It takes a beat and it stands back up again. That skeleton is dead. Nico!
Other skeleton. Great sword, Rick.
Okie pokey. A 12 does not hit.
Alright. I'll leave it at that.
Jaxus, are you still ritual casting down there?
Yep, continue ritual casting. They've got it, they'll be fine.
Russell, your turn.
Now that we have the luminescent form of Lavinia, I am going to step in. Look at the crazy form of Ishida. What in the name of the gods is that? And I'm going to produce flame straight at the zombie once more.
Okay, roll to hit. 19 hits. And once again, you watch the fire hit the zombie fall to the ground like it's dead, and then get back up again.
Oh, no, you don't. And I am going to use my bonus action to wild shape into my giant spider form.
Okay. So you now are your giant spider form. So, this skeleton, having been attempted to be hit, is going to throw its short bow to one side and pull out its short sword and attack with advantage because I remembered this time. A dirty 20.
Oh yeah.
8 piercing damage, so half that would be 4 piercing damage.
Okay.
Lardinia.
I'm once again going to throw Sacred Flame at it because I've seen that I hit it with it and it didn't get back up.
Okay. So it makes the save, so the Sacred Flame does not hit. So, the zombie is going to once again turn to Ishida and hit him. A 10 does not hit, so it misses. This skeleton, having seen Cecilia run in, is going to attempt to hit her with its bow. An 18 to hit? I should believe that hits. It does.
Yep.
4 piercing damage. And it is your turn.
Okay, which one of the pricks shot me?
The one at the top.
One at the top. Just gonna look at it and go, how dare you hit lady, and just fire it back.
Go for it. A 15 hits. Okay.
Cool. And that'll do me.
Ishida.
So Ishida will just kind of glance towards the spider, give a quick smirk, and start walking out the place. But while walking out, there'll be kind of like these shadowy arms from his side that takes just 2 punches at this zombie.
Okay, go for it.
10.
Hits.
That'll be 6 damage.
Okay, once again, it crumples to the floor like it's dead and gets back up again.
And then again.
That
7.
one. Roll me a d4. Lidinia, all of a sudden, the shadowy arms of Ishida, for no apparent reason you can tell, hit you and you take 8 damage.
Ooh, that's that's a no good.
Would I hear that or have any recollection of what's happening behind me?
No, I'm going to say you're focused on the skeleton that just took a pot shot at you and put an arrow in you.
Fair enough. One boy dies first. Gonna make a xylophone out of him.
Nico, your turn.
You know the drill.
Yeah, go for it. A 19 hits.
20 points damage.
Cool. Draxus is still down there chanting away.
Mm-hmm.
Russell.
Okay. Seeing the situation being what it is, I'm going to step forward. And I'm going to make a bite.
Against whom?
Against the zombie, though I'm thinking about it with Ishida.
That's why I asked. Roll me. Roll for me. A 22 hits. Mm-hmm. So once again, the zombie crumples to the ground and then stands back up again.
Question. Did I reduce it to 0?
No, you reduced it to 1 because it made its constitution save, so it never hit 0.
Ah, right.
And the 2d6 is that poison damage.
That's poison?
Yeah, so you notice the poison does nothing to the zombie. Absolutely nothing.
I will hiss angrily.
Good to know. So this skeleton is once again going to hit Nico with its short sword at advantage. A 9, I believe, does not hit. Ladinya, you have just been whacked by the shadowy Ishida.
I'm going to put that aside for now and once again just go for Sacred Flame of that zombie. Get that out of the way first.
Okay. Yeah, it makes it save, so once again does not take the radiant damage. Sorry.
Really need to improve my wisdom.
So, this zombie suddenly seeing this giant freaky spider in front of it, it's not got much intelligence or wisdom, so it's going to whack the fuck out of that. Does a 9 hit the giant spider's AC?
It does not.
Awesome, so it misses. This skeleton is once again trading fire with Cecilia. A 10 does not hit, so it misses you. And that makes it your turn. Cecilia?
There we go. Give me a sec. Roll 20 because I froze on me for a sec. Which skeleton looks the worst?
The one that Nico is attacking.
I'm hoping for a more tactical move here. Aim for that one once again. He hits low, I hit high.
Mhm.
Loaded blast.
Yeah, a 14 hits. Okay.
8 point.
So this one again crumples into bones.
And with that, I move over here. And end my turn.
Ishida.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take one hit at him. 12.
Yep.
8 damage.
Yep. Once again, this zombie does not want to die. It crumples to the ground and it stands back up again.
He would have got my attention now, so I'm gonna turn around, look at him, and then take the next attack. 19.
Yep. This zombie does not want to die, guys. Once again, crumples to the floor, stands right back up again. It is looking so beat up.
That's my turn.
Nico.
Same again. Not on that one. Can make move up to that one.
Okay.
Then same again.
Cool. Say the line, barbarian.
Reckless.
Yep, hits.
And 16 points damage.
Yep, so that one also crumples to the floor in a pile of bones.
I use what 5, 10 foot of movement, so
Yep.
I'm going to move 20 foot back the other.
Okay.
There. That's my turn.
Draxus is still chanting, I assume.
Yep, hand on his chest, muttering his incantations, 10 minutes.
Russell, your turn.
This thing gonna die. I will once again Levite, and I'm aiming with the size of my jaws to take its head off.
Okay. Let's see if it works.
God damn it.
You do not hit, you just miss. Also, you should be able to just hit the word bite in the character sheet and it should do it for you.
I get a string of errors.
Oh. I will fix that.
No attribute, no attribute, no attribute, no attribute, syntax error.
Weird. I will fix that later. Lardinia.
I'm going to keep on with this flame.
Okay. Hey! It rolled a nat 1, so it's dead. How do you want to do
Finally.
this?
Screaming a string of Aquan curses as she's muttering the thing for Sacred Flame.
Perfect.
Her eyes very, very, very briefly drifting towards the shield as if, no, I can't burn him, can I?
No, you cannot burn him. Sorry, 2 secs. Sorry, my cat wanted in her bed, and I had something in the way, so she was mewing at me. How dare I? But anyway, yep, so that is combat over. You have cleared all of the undead that you're aware of.
I'm gonna turn around and look at Latinia and be like, why is it whenever I'm having fun, one of you guys have
Did I see Lavinia get struck?
You did, yes.
There's going to be a spider taking a flying leap at Ishida.
Okay, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to pin him.
Okay, so that would be a contested strength check. So if both the spider and Ishida can roll strength rolls for me.
Why am I suddenly picturing a giant spider just going, hug me, brother? Whee! Just glomping Ishida.
Yeah,
Get to
so
double check. Is it a save you're rolling, Ishida?
Oh, sorry. Nope.
yeah, so you are all of a sudden pinned to the floor by this giant spider in the middle of your speech.
I'll look at the spider's multiple eyes and say, and what is the point of all this?
At which point I'm going to kneel down, take Ishida's face, just make sure to look him straight in the eyes, and go, now I don't know what's going on here. I'm not sure who you are or what your connection is to the body that you're in, but we will not tolerate this. Release him now.
Release who now? Surely it's the other way around. He's released me.
Then retreat inside and let him come out again.
No, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. I've not had this much freedom in a while, and I am thoroughly enjoying it. So, no. And can you ask this thing to move before it annoys me?
I assume Nico would have come around the corner by now.
You're all out of what's it called? Initiative, so you can all be moving around.
I'll be like just catching up with Nico, just patting him on the shoulder and going, well, that was actually a lot of fun, buddy. We make quite a team.
Still, like, muscles popping, still breathing pretty hard. I'm still raging for a minute. So by the time I get there, I'll just kind of look at Ladinia, look at Ishida, just grip my sword real tight, and kind of look at Ladinia like, you want me to do this guy? Do you want me to finish him off? Give her that kind of look.
I'm going to glance on whatever it is that's inside him has manifested and does not seem to want to return to where it belongs.
Sorry, guys, just give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to find a quick name.
You don't
I
need
hadn't-
to. This side of you is my doing, so.
Oh, do you have a different name? Because I'm not privy to that.
I do. And there's a reason you're not privy to it, because Ishida doesn't know it.
But this character will know it, right?
Mhm.
So what's his name, Becca?
I'm
Because
going to grab it in my notes.
Billy Bob the Flip Flop.
Flippy Floppy Cheese Nose.
I like it. I
His
second that
name
one.
was Tim.
His name is Jeff.
At this point, it's
Oh, please.
lunch.
I was gonna go with Jeff, but I was like, no, I'll go Monty Python. We'll see how that goes.
you may need to help me pronounce that the first time.
Zegoff.
Plan. I'm gonna continue looking at this file and say, so are you getting off anytime soon or what?
When I will get sort of turned to Lavinia.
No pressure.
If it helps to know, unlike him, I do what I want, and if you don't get off by the time I finish counting to 3, I'm gonna make sure I get out with or without hurting you.
I'm gonna bite him.
Roll to hit.
I think mechanically you have advantage because you're grappled.
Yep, and you're also prone on the floor. So yes, he has advantage. No, neither of those hits.
Oh, you're trying to bite me. How about you try to do a bit better? Would I be able to take a hit against him? Or I forget what the grappled means, I can't attack.
No, you can still attack me.
Yeah, it's your speed is reduced to 0.
Okay, then I'll just take an attack against.
See, he's about to swing for the spider. Can I cast hold person on him just to be like, nope?
I will let him get one swing off against the spider, and then I'll let you do the hold person.
12.
Does not hit.
Okay, and then wisdom save for hold person.
Yep.
13.
16.
No, sorry, 18. Not 13. What am I saying?
Succeeds.
Haha, unlike copy, I don't die that easily.
Just roll my eyes towards Lavinia and go, I did say he would be trouble.
Yes, but Ashida's strength seems to be this one's weakness. I cast Cure Wounds on Ashida.
Okay.
I am just going to send Becca a quick DM while you do the roll for that.
Meanwhile, while I'm waiting for the DM, what's Draxus doing down there?
Taking 10 minutes, ritual casting, it takes time. Like I say, I knew these guys could deal with it. It's just their domestic issues.
Is Spyro sitting there watching them?
Oh yeah, Draxus has sort of like got the book on his lap and one hand's on his chest and the other one sort of waving little symbols in the air as he's reading the incantation and doing a ritual thing while Spyro sat there just looking at them sort of like, really, what the fuck is going on? Great thing is, Spyro had a perfect line of watching how many times that zombie fell and got back up.
Yep. How many times did it fall and get back up, Chaz?
I lost count a little bit because I went to get whiskey, but I'm pretty sure it's like it's got 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, about 9 times. Well, 8 or 9 times.
Pretty
Because
much.
it went down. It was on like 1 hit point for like 3 rounds, and there's 3 of them next to it. So
Yep. So yes, Aziza, you have your answer now. So you take 5 points of healing.
8.
So
8 points of healing, sorry.
8 points of healing. So after the heal kind of is applied, the darkness around him will fade a little bit, and you'll see Ishida's eyes again, or how it was before before the darkness kind of took place. Did I black out again?
Once again, grabbed his face, make sure completely looking at me and only me. Yeah. There was an incident. The zombies have caused some trouble here. At which point, trying to indicate for Russell to back off so he doesn't freak the fuck out.
Taking Lavinia's actually. No, I think you'd probably get Lavinia's, meaning he's gonna actually just. He's not gonna drop form. He's just gonna climb up to the ceiling well at the way.
Okay.
Wait, the spider will have been on Ishida, right?
Yep.
He will give out the biggest screech ever.
So that's why I'm saying that then you made sure you were only, you were kind of confused and she was just keeping hold of your face so you couldn't actually see what was going on.
Oh, right. Okay. What happened? Did I? Oh.
There is some form of entity inside you that seems to come out when you're weakened. This is a dangerous thing. Are you aware of what it is?
I don't know everything, but like I told you, my mother used to tell me that too much exposure to the Feywild can lead to dark presences in you. Maybe it's that, but I'm not sure.
Did I know anything about the Feywild and it maybe being like this?
Sorry, what did you say?
Would I have any indication of the Feywild being, causing things like this, or would I, having seen the thing now, think of something different?
Make me a history check. You've heard of the Feywild doing some weird things. never quite this weird. This feels a little bit too dark to be fey.
I'm not going to mention anything on that just yet, but I'm going to take note of it.
Cool.
And now that Russell's clear, I'm going to let go of Ishida's face just so he can get up and continue as normal.
Okie pokey.
Thank you. This has become all too familiar at the moment. I'll kind of get up, kind of dust myself off a little, and kind of stand up.
At this point, Nico is still ever raging. It's coming to the end of it, but every now and again you just hear this random scream from him.
He's just sort of pacing, goat screaming.
Remember to bite your lip, otherwise you're gonna drop the rage.
Rage forever.
But yes, so do you want to do anything while Draxus finishes his ritual cast?
No, Ishida is just gonna contemplate and just try to, yeah.
And Cecilia, take a little peek down here.
Once again, it's a portcullis. You can't really get through. You see some several coffins sort of littering the floor and lining the walls. Not as if they'd been just thrown there, but sort of lovingly placed. Make me a perception check. Okay, so on each of the coffins is a family crest. It's all the same family crest. And all of the coffins seem to have intricately laced carved patterns and gemstones dotted throughout them.
While Cecilia is doing that, I'm going to examine the zombies' bodies just to see if there's anything on them, mark-wise, ritual-wise.
Roll me an investigation check. You find sort of 17 silver and 22 copper. Other than that, these zombies are super old. Like, super, super old. So no marks, no identifying features. Any cloth clothing they had is sort of rotted away, but just, yeah. Just nothing other than mass of flesh.
Is Ishida still in the door?
I'll move out.
I am basically going to come out of that chamber, still in spider form, to keep a low profile along the ceiling so he doesn't spot me. And I'm going to head down towards the skeletons.
Roll a stealth check.
Oh, I'm good at that. No, I'm not.
What's your passive perception, Ishida?
Passive is 13, but he's not paying attention at all. So
that's the point of passive perception. You don't have to pay attention. So you catch the giant spider out the corner of your eye.
I'm gonna kind of lean more back against the wall.
I'm just gonna scuttle straight up past it, trying to. I do look at Ishida and kind of flatten myself further against the wall. But then I head down and I'm basically looking to see about the skeletons, see if they had anything interesting and shiny on them.
Roll me an investigation check. The only thing of any value or interest you find on the skeletons is a silver signet ring worth about 5 gold. Other than that, nothing.
I will pick it up in my spinnerets. Again, mount the wall and ceiling and go scuttling back off towards Draxus.
Okay, cool. I assume Spyro will let you know there is a giant spider coming in your direction.
Yep, and I assume it's probably the one I've seen before.
Yeah. So, anyone else for anyone else before I say Draxus spent the 10 minutes and completed this ritual?
Probably head down in his direction and give like Ishida the most like dirtiest look possible as I walk past him.
I'm just kind of slumped against the wall, just kind of contemplating everything.
Once Nico's rage drops, he will approach Cecilia and just say, that was good, high and low. I liked it. Really got the goat scream out of me. I liked it a lot. Good work.
Just give you a nod and a pat on the shoulder.
Thanks. Then just kind of lean against the wall, wait for Draxus to be.
Match him on the other side like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Make it look like we're about to drop the greatest album Christiana's ever heard in the next 5-10 minutes.
It's just goat screams.
Okay, so after about 10 minutes, Draxus's spell is complete. You now have comprehend language.
Yeah, closes his book, tucks it away, and sort of looks at all of you like, well, what, didn't that get interesting? And then he turns away and has a goes in and has a better look at this room now. Starts checking out the bowl and such.
Okay. So, as Spyro saw, it's as I said, it's a man-made room. The bowl is blue and white porcelain, and it's sat atop an ornately carved pedestal. No seeming pattern or message in the actual pedestal. It's just pretty pictures. Circling the rim of the basin, you now recognise the words. They are celestial. And you read, "Ye of pure heart, drink deep from this reservoir and walk the path beset by kings."
He relays that back to the rest of the party.
In terms of pure heart, I can only think of one person in us, amongst us. I kind of gesturing towards Latinia.
Christiana. Mhm.
Maybe that person needs to do something with this.
So, are we assuming Russell then?
I would agree.
I think it's a good shout.
If it's possible for a spider to sort of turn its head like a dog, kind of like, huh?
Russell, drink from the bowl.
So I will scurry over to Drax, and I will actually sort of put the silver ring at your feet.
Picks up and has a little bit of a look at it.
The plain old ring.
Sort of awkwardly sort of looks at it, and then looks around and then pats you on the head a little bit, like good boy. And then
I
puts it in
will
the
then
pocket.
scurry into the room and retake my furbolg form. Sort of. Are you sure you mean you want me to drink from this?
Of course. I wouldn't have said so otherwise. Oh my god, they've split into twins.
Unless you've done any fucked up shit we don't know about. Now's the time to clear your conscience.
Other than aggravating a few drunks, I mean, that's about it.
Then drink away.
Miss Lavinia,
Yes, Russell?
and I'm actually going to switch into. I'm going to use Primordial here, switching into Arquin. Could you be ready just in case?
In Aquin, of course. I'm actually going to move up so just I can basically lay a hand on him and get ready to cast Cure Wounds if needs be.
Okay. Cecilia obviously understood this as well, by the way.
Yeah, sorry about that. Something was going on.
It's fine. I will point out there is no liquid in the bowl. It's an empty bowl.
Drink. But there's nothing to drink.
I got a water skin in my pack. I'll just empty that into the bowl.
Okay.
There you go.
I will scoop some up in my hands and drink it.
Okay. So you drink, and there's a very comforting feeling when you drink. It's kind of light and airy. And you watch as the door to your left, I think that's left, the door at the north, the door at the top, swings open.
I will step towards it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put my foot on the threshold this time and poke my head through,
Okay.
having learned from last time not to step in.
Perfect. Let me. So, as you stick your head into this room, the temperature drops sharply. Each breath you take now visibly hangs in the air before you. you see this room. Ancient books are tightly packed inside a thick wooden display case. Over to the left there, a large statue of spiked armour overlooks a stone coffin resting in the middle of the room. And over to the right, you see a ghostly figure just floating and reading a book, flicking through pages of an ancient book.
I will sort of. I'll whisper back to my companions. Does it look like this creature has noticed me?
Let's find out. Not at the moment, no. He has his head stuck in a book.
So I'm literally whispering back under my breath, like, should I go in? I mean, what do we think?
Well, we didn't come this far just to close the door and walk away now, did we?
Do you have your ability to do like we did when we rescued Samuel?
How do you mean?
Well, you could keep the door open.
Ah, of course, yes. And Draxus will wave his hand, quickly do a couple of arcane runes, and a small metal box will appear between the door and the stopwell, basically just to stop it from closing.
Yep, that's fine. It wasn't a slidey door, it was a swingy open door. So I assume you just place it near where the wall is?
Yeah, if there's like a door frame, he'll wedge it there so it can't actually shut.
Perfect. Just so I know.
I will then step in.
Okay. You can see a bit more clearly now. The ghost in the corner is a very old looking man wearing royal blue robes, a slightly pointed floppy hat on his head, really long white beard and glasses on his eyes. And he sees you as you come in. The door does not attempt to swing shut, it stays open. He sees you as he comes in and he'll go, oh. Have you come to pay your respects to the royal family? Looking at Russell.
I did not know that this place was of royalty, but I'll be glad to pay my respects to you.
Oh, I am not royalty. No. Excuse me, sorry. My name is Alpheus. I was the royal wizard when the family ruled, but I swore an oath to them in life that I would guard them no matter what, so this is now my task. If you wish to pay respects, I can take you through.
Would you object if I were to invite my companions in? They have a very deep knowledge of this sort of thing, and I would like their counsel if that is permissible.
That is fine, as long as they may remain respectful. I do not want to have to deal with vagabonds and criminals.
We actually have a rather wondrous cleric among us. She would no doubt be able to keep it right on the correct ceremonies and such. One moment, please, sir. And I will call my friends in and inform them that this is looks to be a royal tomb, and mind your manners.
Yep, so he passes that message along.
When he says mind your manners, I'll give Draxus a nudge and I'll just say mind your manners.
You see Drax is just literally just staring at him and looking around the room at anything of interest now. He knows that this was the court wizard.
Cool.
When I enter, I give a very formal bow and greetings. I am Lavinia from the House Rust, from the city of Miraka. I am the cleric of the goddess of the sea's bounty. I hear that this is interment for royalty. I wish to pay my respects and offer prayers.
Very respectful. Miracle was always a lovely city. We never got to visit it much, but it was always very lovely.
Would you forgive my manners? I do not know the family name of those interred here. Perhaps they have a shared history with my own family. I would quite like to know the name of them, if that is permissible.
And it would be if I was on the right page in my notes. This is why I shouldn't dot things in random places. I do apologise. This is the family of the Lightmantles. King and Queen Lightmantle founded the human city of... Oh, how can I not remember my own world? Ramfield. They were the first royal family over there.
Was it Anfield, did you say?
Yes, Ramfield is the human capital city. You know of this, mainly because it's a port city, very close to your home.
Do the names mean anything, or is this just, again, you know?
Roll me a history check. No. You've never heard of these people before, ever. You have no idea. Just some standard human surname to you.
Can I history check it?
You can.
See if that wasn't meant to be of advantage. So 4, nope.
Nope. Never heard of them.
I am aware of Ranfield. I believe that they do some trading with Miraka, so we do visit very seldomly. It is, from what I recall, a wonderful city, bustling with life. The king and queen should know that their legacy lives on, even to this day.
I'm sure they are aware, but I do not know. I am bound to this place as my oath keeps me here. But let me take you through, and you can pay your respects. Is everyone coming, or is it just you?
Quick glance back at everybody to see who actually is going to go through or not.
I would like to join you if I may.
I'll give a nod.
I'll join in.
Draxus, you wanna hang back a little bit? Stay here?
Yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah. Still sort of looking around the room.
Yeah, we're just gonna hang back here. You know, you pay your respects. We'll hang back.
Okay. So hearing that some two people would like to hang back, he will turn to the suit of armour and just go, "Do me a favour and watch them while I allow these guys to pay their respects." And you watch the suit of armour just sort of slam its, well, not slam its sword, but bring its sword in front of its face and stand to attention. And he will lead the rest of you through to here. And he will stand to one side and allow you to pay your respects. This is the room that Cecilia saw from the portcullis. So there are 3 coffins that you can see. There are more sort of in sections in the wall, not sort of, just like in little cut-out sections in the wall, like a crypt. But there are 3 lovingly placed on the floor. And
Very nice.
He'll just stand to one side and let you move around.
Is there any kind of altar or table or anything in here?
No, there isn't. It's just a very plain room. Very secure though. You notice how secure the walls, the portcullis, the door that you've stepped through from the previous room. All of it is very solid, very well built, hasn't aged at all considering how old this area is. You have a feeling it is magically maintained.
So where I just pinged, I'm going to kneel down, light a candle, and just say some prayers and Aquan. You know, blessing those here, very generic stuff of may their legacy live on, may their journey to, may they look down upon all their ancestors, you know, with pride.
Okay. I will also point out to the rest of you that obviously the coffins that you can see are laced with gems in them, just to make you aware. But yes, Lavinia steps to one side, kneels down, begins her prayers and her offerings of words to them.
Given that my mother was a cleric herself, I kind of know some of the things she would say or some of the prayers she would say in Elven. So I'll do a similar thing to Latinia, but in Elven, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to reach into my bag, pull out some seeds, guess an assortment of wildflower seeds, and just try and bloom some flowers.
Okay.
Place them on the respective coffins with and I'm actually going to say this in giant because it's the only way he would know to say it.
Mm-hmm.
In death, may you roam free.
Mm-hmm. And Cecilia, are you doing anything in particular?
Thaumaturgy to give off an old naval whistle and just give a quick salute and walk out.
Okay. While that is all going on, Nico and Draxus, what are you trying to do with this suit of armour, watching your every move?
Knowing the suit armor is watching us, Draxus will just look around the room, sort of like have a walk around, see if he sees anything of interest, i.e., maybe a spell book, but or anything else of interest.
Okay, make me an investigation check. Okay. So, you find dotted around, I'm not saying you pick them up, I'll leave that to you, but there is a first edition of a novel that's very, very old that you realise is probably worth around 40 to 50 gold. There's a small pouch containing 20 gold pieces, roughly about 50 silver and 90 copper, inside one of the crates that's in one of the corners. But there's lots of other sort of old rotty things in there too. I'm trying to work out. Make me an Arcana check, just because you rolled so high on your investigation.
I'd assume the book might be in the coffin, but you know.
Okay, so you do get a faintly magical feel from the coffin, but it's not powerful enough to be a book, to be his magic book that you know he would have had because he's a wizard. It's slightly less magical than that. But yeah, that's what you find in the room. Whether you choose to pick it up or get it is up to you.
I'll go over to the first edition book, look at the suit of armor, and just like hold my hands up, like I mean no harm. Just want to have a look and touch the book. I don't take it off the shelf or anything. I just put my hand on it gently and see if he moves.
2 secs, let me roll something. He doesn't move. Actually, that's a lie. He does slightly move. He just nods his head ever so slightly, the suit of armour.
Jack just sort of takes the book off the shelf and opens it up and just has a general like little read through it. This will be a DM question. Behind the book, if I wave my hand to make Spyro vanish and then reappear, can I make her reappear in the coffin or not? I don't know.
I will allow it. Because this is
Awesome.
a small space, it's not like you're trying to appear into a room you've not looked in.
He'll wave his hand and see if he can get her inside the coffin to see what's in there.
Roll me a sleight of hand check. Okay, he doesn't see you, so that's fine. So she appears in there. It's very, very dark. The skeleton that's in there now has his arms crossed over his chest, and the thing that's been giving off the magical aura is a wand in the skeleton's hands.
Alright. And I double checked reading through it, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but I very much doubt a familiar can take stuff when it bamps.
No, it can't bamf with the wand.
Fair enough. Then knowing that, he will just dismiss her for the time being and just gently read through the book.
Okay. The book you've got is a very famous novel by the first female author in the world, and it's a story about pirates and treasure, and it's very old, but there's no history no historical information to it. It's just a very good novel.
Drax just reads through it gently. Before he dismissed Spyro, he would have had her telepathically tell Nico that obviously there's a magic wand in the casket. With a sort of shruggy emoji face.
Okay. Nico's gonna look up at Draxus as he says it. Look down at the wand.
You can't see
It's
the
in the
wand.
skull.
It's in the coffin. The coffin is closed.
Oh, it's in the coffin. The coffin's got. Okay. All right. Can we open it? Are we allowed to open it?
You asking me?
No, I might ask Suit of Armor. I might just look up and say, "Hey, can we take a look in here? Just for educational purposes."
You hear. So at that point, Alpheus will look at the four in the coffin room in the royal family's crypt and go, "Do not cause trouble, please. I know every inch of this room. I know every item in it. I have been here for at least 1,000 years, potentially more. Do not disrespect the tomb." And he will float out back into the room with Nico and Draxus. And he will go, "What is so important about my rotting body that you cannot ask me myself?"
I apologize. I'm not as smart as my friends here. I didn't realize you were quite so on display. I didn't realize it was you. I know some people get quite uh, attached to their corpses. Um, really, we
He will look at you at
you
that
did.
point and go, "As you can see, I am no longer attached to my corpse." He's trying to make a joke.
Ha ha ha! Oh, oh, spirit, you crack me up. Um, can we have the wand?
He looks at you and he looks at Draxus and he looks Draxus up and down. And he'll look back at you and he'll turn to Draxus and go, "Really, a gentleman of your quite clearly intelligence is hanging around with this one? Really?"
That he sort of goes to say something, and he just really does not know how to answer that question. It's just like, yeah, I know.
He will look back at Nico and he go, "And what would one of you do? One like you do with the wand?"
I'm gonna be honest. I personally have no idea what I would do with it. I wouldn't know where to start, and I honestly wouldn't want to. But I've been with my companion for a long time, since he was just a young dragon person, and I've seen him improve and get better with his study, and I just want to help him keep getting better. And you're quite obviously a wizard of high standing, an intelligent man with a lot of gift for the arcane, and that's what I want for him. And I feel like your wand might help him.
Make me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's not my good that's not a good stat for
I'll give you advantage because you're playing to his tune. Okay, that's enough. He will look at you, and then he will look back at Draxus and go, I will allow you to take the wand. I will make you aware it is a wand of magic missile. I have the impression that you already know that spell, and therefore do not really need the wand. What I can offer you instead, I have a feeling when you looked in my coffin with your little friend, you were not looking for the wand, you were looking for this. And he will pull out from a dimensional pocket his spellbook. And he will go, so you can have the wand if you so desire, or I can take... I do not use my spellbook anymore. I'm not giving you the whole thing. That would make your life too easy. And the one thing about wizards is you don't appreciate it if you get it easy. So I will offer you a spell that you can use just now, and one that I have a feeling you can't use just now, instead of the wand in my coffin.
I think that works.
Okay, so he will open up his book, and he will take out, he will tear the page out, but the magic still stays there. He will take out the second level spell, Flock of Familiars, and the third level spell of Learmon's Tiny Hut, and offer them both to you.
I appreciate this much. As a wizard yourself, you cannot deny. Making it easy is fair, but letting these things go to waste is not quite right either.
Don't push it.
I have worked hard for my spells, as I am assuming you have done for yours. I am not giving you all of them, but prove that you can master the couple I have given you, return, and maybe I will give you some more.
I believe that's fair. And Draxus will, probably for the first time Nico's ever probably seen it, actually stand properly and give a proper respectful bow as such, and pop the torn pages away in his bag, and go stand and carry on reading the book.
Alpheus will do the same for you, to you, so a proper bow. Meanwhile, in the room of the dead royals, what are the non-dead people doing with their alone time?
Once I finish saying the prayers, I'll kind of stand up and kind of wait for everyone else to finish.
Very much the same, just finishing the prayers and then returning back to the doorway.
Standing there patiently waiting for someone to say we're good to go and move on.
I'm going to finish laying my flowers, and then just in a quiet voice, you roam free now. Don't hold someone here if they do not wish it. Pat the coffin and then walk out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you will walk back out into the room with the wizard. wizards.
But once we've left, I'm just going to say to the wizard, by the way, you would have seen the roaming undead around here. Do you know what's caused this?
No, unfortunately I'm not aware. That is why the portcullis has remained closed. Normally it is open, but I cannot trust that the undeserving dead won't walk in there and try and desecrate the resting place.
We have managed to quieten some of them. Do many roam the halls? And how recently have they become active?
They have been active for 2 to 3 weeks, no longer. I have heard movement in further chambers, but have not wanted to leave here, in case me leaving is what they were waiting for. But I believe the movement from the living has done something to cause the rising of the dead.
There was a ritual being performed here. We believe children were being sacrificed. This may have caused some of the stirrings. Do you know if any children were brought this way at all?
I have not heard children. So no, I do not believe any have been brought this way.
Hopefully we have stopped whatever was going on here and the dead will remain quiet. Though if they do take up arms again, if you have a way to contact us, I'm sure that I may not speak only for myself, but I will come to any aid. The family here are one noble one, and that lineage deserves respect and protection.
I believe I have still the magical means to be able to send a message if I need you. But I have a feeling your talented friend here will most likely be back in my direction anyway. Indicating Draxus.
I believe our search was in vain, though. It's unfortunate we were not able to save more lives.
It is always sad when innocent lives are taken, but if you manage to save one, then that is still better than nothing. You have given one person a future.
We should report back to Art and tell them what's been going on and hopefully bring a little bit of relief to him.
The Alpheus will go, could you do me a favour and on your way out, tip the water out of the bowl. If you leave the water in the bowl, you leave the door open and there is a terrible draught.
But of course,
To ask, what would happen if a unpure person were to drink from it?
It depends how unpure. A person that is not good, but is not bad, the door would still open, but they would take a little bit of damage to remind them to behave. If a purely evil person were to drink from the basin, then they would take damage. There would be no door opening. They would take damage and would remain in an unfit state for a good day or two.
Fair enough. Texas will put the book back on the shelf again, and this time just a slight nod of the head, and then turn and leave.
May I ask, does water only remain enchanted whilst it is in the vessel?
Sorry, what did you say?
Does the water only remain enchanted while it's in the basin?
It does, yes.
Sorry, just a curiosity of mine there.
That's no problem, cleric. Curiosity is always good.
I will step up to Alphys's coffin and again produce a small cluster of flowers, lay them on it. We thank you for your service. And leave.
Did you say that to his coffin or to him?
Starting at the coffin, but I will look up and meet his gaze.
Okay. Cool. You will see a slight nod of his head.
Nico will probably just look at him and just say, thanks. I'm sorry for any deception that we may have tried on you beforehand, but I thank you for what you done for him. I'm sure we'll be back again soon. Kind of bow a little bit, just walk out.
Okay. You will get a message in your head as you walk out, but I'll write it to you in a second.
Okay.
Anyone else doing anyone else? Doing anyone else? Doing anything else, I should say.
So you're thinking of the Monday game?
Yes, I'm definitely thinking of the Monday game. No. But yes, is anyone else doing anything else on their way out? I believe Scott the First was saying something there.
On the way out, just give a little half bow and then just wave goodbye and just saunter out.
Mm-hmm. And I will assume Ashita will also saunter out there. So, do you tip the water out of the bowl? And do you drop your spell that would block the door?
Yes.
To both?
He removes his block, but as he's not the last one out, he will not tip the water out.
Perfect.
Once everyone's out, yeah, I'm going to empty the water from the bowl.
We would have heard the conversation around what happens if people not of pure heart drink the water, right?
Yep.
So before Ladinia throws all the water out, I'm gonna take I'm gonna try to basically take a swig of it.
Okay.
What happened?
Let me pull up my chart. Make me a Constitution save.
Natural 20.
So you take 4 points of poison damage, but the door remains open.
I will spit it out, but I think I've got my answer now.
So then Lavinia empties the water, and the door slowly swings shut.
Catrask approves of this situation.
So, where do you go from here?
I'm just going to begin to head up back to the door.
Yeah, Drax wants to go back to the entrance to see the guard, if he's still there.
Okay, let us pop upstairs.
Actually, as we're walking along, of course, with Trident lit up, can we have a look along these little pathways we haven't explored, see if there's anything there? As I said, I'm being very thorough just to make sure.
Yeah, of course. So I'll just do it quickly. They're all just dead ends. Nothing down there. Just dead ends. No missing children, I'm afraid.
Draxus will point out, watch out for the peculiar water in that little alcove.
Make me a nature check again, see if you can work out what it is.
Can I assist with this as we're going past?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Do you want to do it together or advantage?
I'll give you advantage. I trust you.
Okay. You get the feeling if you annoy the puddle of water too much, it will become a grey ooze and start attacking you. So it's best to keep a wide distance.
Yeah, let's keep away from that.
Think about telling Ishida to try drinking this, but second guess it and head out.
So you are back upstairs in the graveyard. It is very bright outside. Your eyes are not accustomed to the sunlight just now, so you're a little bit blinded. But yeah, it's daylight outside now.
Is the guard about?
The guard is still stood there, guarding the entrance. He does turn to you and go, "Oh, God, at least you're not a fucking orc or ogre. Where the heck did that thing come from? Again."
Oh, lucky enough you're alive to tell the tale. I was expecting it might have squashed you.
Whatever you did to it terrified it so much it didn't even see me as it ran out of here screaming.
True. Did you see the woman and the child?
I did. They have made their way home.
Well, that's we'll sort it down there. I think well, we can explain once we can explain it all to Artin at the same time if you wish to accompany.
I will accompany you if you are okay to have me. I'm still a little bit sore from last night. I could do with some rest.
Well, I've got a couple of stop-offs to make, which we may find of interest, but It's only here in the graveyard, so off we go. And Draxus will start walking first to where he saw the spirit in that top area.
Mhm.
As we're traveling, how injured is this guard?
Fairly injured. He was on death's door last night. You did a little patch-up job, so he's a little bit healthier. But right now, he still looks fairly beaten. Couldn't really stand his own in a fight between himself and a twig right now, and he looks fucking exhausted. Because while you guys took a long rest, this guy was out here not taking a long rest because no one told him it was safe to.
In that case, also I'm going to scan the rest of the party. Is anyone particularly injured amongst us? How are people looking?
How are people looking in the party?
All right.
Mostly healthy, but not letting on that I was actually injured.
I'm absolutely fine. Well,
All right.
14. I'm alright. I can do.
Seeing that there are a couple of people that are hiding injuries.
Yeah.
And this person's rather wounded, I am going to sort of stop for a moment. Take off, like rip a piece of the green moss from my shoulder, toss it into the air, and I will cast Healing Spirit.
Okay.
And I will have it as we are walking, I will basically have it move over people and back, going in a loop for a minute. So every time it crosses you, you get a d6 worth of health.
Okay. Are you having it over every single member of the party plus the guard?
I'm casting it over all the ones that were wounded.
So how many
Plus
members?
the guard.
I believe essentially what it is the healing spirit there, and we're just doing a circular conga through it until we're fully healed.
Basically, well, it's doing a conga through you, is more like it.
I'll allow it. So you all get back to full health, so does this guard, although he still looks fucking tired.
Well, at least you're not gonna knock any of those bandages loose while we're walking.
So, you're going back to... I believe she introduced herself to you as Talindra. If not, her name is Talindra.
Do we have to make wisdom checks going through that part of the graveyard again?
No, it's daylight.
Just checking. Yeah. So he heads back here, see if she's around in a...
She is. She's floating exactly where you left her.
Morning.
Is it? I hadn't noticed. I'm dead.
Hmm. Still you nag. But this darkness you spoke of.
It's gone.
No, well, as the saying goes, two birds, one stone. I hope that's my debt repaid then.
It is.
And in so I leave you in peace. Draxus turns away and starts walking off.
She will just let you go and watch everyone else walk through, as I assume everyone else is going through that part of the graveyard too.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have seen her last night. We've been too dark, would we?
A lot of you wouldn't have seen her. No, no one would if you didn't have night vision. What? Dark vision. Then you wouldn't have seen her. No.
In that case, on the way past, I curtsy and apologise for trespassing through her.
Oh, someone has manners. Fantastic. It is. You are more than welcome to pass through my area.
I had no idea that we were even on course to help you, so I'm glad that we were able to. And if there's any more we can do, we are apparently in the business of helping people, or at least
I am fine. Just glad the darkness is gone.
May I ask for more information about this darkness? Was this something being drawn to this realm, or something being made in it?
Being drawn to it. Specifically, my crypts that I keep watch over. Weird shadow beings, creepy things.
And do you know, I, as you have probably have more knowledge of this being so attuned to the graveyard, do you know where this was from? Or is this, again, just a dark?
They only ever turned up when those weird ladies walked through the graveyard into that crypt and stayed the night. So I would assume they are from them.
It makes sense. We did see someone calling a shadow being. May I ask, are you acquainted at all with the ghostly wizard who lives in the royal crypt?
Do not mention him to me. Him and his royal family are no good. They are only the royal family because they stole something from my family.
And what would be your family name?
Sorry, 2 seconds, guys. Sorry, I'm back. She turns to you and goes, my family name was Greyfall. We were in line to help set up Ramfield, but they stole our royal scepter from us. And then they became the royal family. And that damn wizard helped them.
Unlikely, but would that name mean anything to me at all?
History check. No. A faint recollection about something about exile, but other than that, nothing.
It saddens me when a noble family does not have their rightful place in history. I will attempt to carry forward this knowledge and see what evidence I can find.
Well, they have that damn scepter down in their crypt.
And that would be proof enough for your family's name to be restored.
Most likely not, but it would be a start.
I am sure we'll have more dealings with him at some point, so I shall see what can be done when we return.
I would be most grateful.
At which point, again, bow and take my leave.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to Creepy Ghost Lady?
Nah.
Okay. Have you all followed Draxus up to where he's gone?
Yep.
Draxus, what are you doing up here?
Well, he knew two of the helpers, guards, or such were, well, guarding this location and waiting for some delivery, which unfortunately either Draxus missed or was cancelled due to our interruption. But Spyro was unable to see anything inside this building, so he will try and have a look and see if he can get inside, or see if someone else wants to get inside here.
And can I have a look around the area? The one we were helping said that she was going to deal with her sisters, but we're waiting here. I just want to see if there's any signs of a struggle of a fight.
Okay. Both of you roll me investigation checks. Okay. So the building inside Draxus is you can get in. It's just an old church, fairly crumbled and not very well looked after. You find in there a small unlocked lockbox beneath a pile of rubble that has about 75 gold, probably about 30 silver, and about 25 copper. And you find 4 pieces of malachite. Lydia, looking around, on the outside, you can't see any signs of a struggle, but you do see a note pinned to the door that reads in common, "I have taken them home. I will deal with them. You do not need to worry." With an A at the bottom.
Sorry, how much coin was that again?
It was 75 gold. I think I said about 50 silver. I didn't note it down as I was saying it. And about 30 copper. 25 copper, sorry. And then 4 pieces of malachite.
Well, not what I was expecting, but oh well. Looks like it's time for us to head back, I believe.
I, of course, pass on the note to everybody.
Okay, so Ladinius shows you all this note that says, "I have taken them back. I will deal with them. You do not have to worry. A."
Who the fuck is A? Oh, I think I. Oh no, it. That was out of game, by the way.
Oh, who the hell is A? Was out
Yeah,
of it.
yeah,
Adriana.
yeah. I figured it out.
So we're next. We don't know any updates on the children.
Well, I believe we head back to Arton and fill him in with what we've found out.
I get the feeling that Tara may have already gone to collect her son, so maybe we have some of the details. We can give him the rest.
We also have some bad news to deliver.
Shall we get going?
Yep, Drexel starts heading off.
Going back to town.
Yep, heading back to the to see Arton.
And so it takes a little bit of time, obviously, to come back. Streets are bustling, people walking around. Seems news hasn't quite got out yet of your deeds. So you travel pretty much unhinderedly. That's not a word, but it is now. Through over to the stockades, the iron stockades, where you once again see two guards guarding the door. And they see you and they nod and they gesture for you to walk in.
Yep, just head straight in and look over Arton's desk again.
Okay. Artin is in there and he is head buried in paperwork with a couple of what look to be new recruits. You don't recognise them. Fairly young, probably about 21, 22. At his desk, he's helping them fill out paperwork. They look from the poorer end of the town.
Yes, taking my suggestions.
But yeah, he has not noticed you walk in. He is desperately trying to help these guys fill out the paperwork, as they don't seem very well educated.
I walk over and I say to Arton, we have news. What you're doing seems to be quite time. Would you like me to go through the paperwork with them whilst my associates tell you what happened?
Oh, yes. I'm so glad you're back. Tara came earlier. I sent her straight to my wife to get her young one. I'm so glad you managed to help save her daughter. Come, fill me in. If someone could please lend these two young men a hand with the very, very complicated paperwork that needs to be done, I will catch up with whoever wants to fill me in.
Of course. As I say, I will deal with your latest recruits. At which point, I pick up the sheets of paper, walk over to an empty table, and just indicate them to come over.
They look at him. He nods and gestures and sort of in a hurried, like, fucking move, what are you doing? Kind of thing. Gestures to them to follow you, and they get up and they follow you over. And he was obviously making it seem like it's very complicated paperwork. From what you can see, it's fairly easy. But obviously, these two young men are struggling quite badly, and he was trying to make it seem like it's not so easy, so they don't feel bad.
Yeah, would have picked up on this, and she is going to pander to the help. completely to them to make sure that they, it is quite difficult, but she will help them.
Lovely. So Lavinia is helping the two boys fill out paperwork, as the rest of you going to fill Artin in.
Yeah. Drax starts explaining what we basically what we found at the graveyard and how we helped Tara and the child. Basically that Jane was not just a leader of the Starlings, but also tied up to this dark, this group of dark sorcerers or something who were doing these rituals to the children. And he explains, obviously, from his check on the altar, there's been blood there for as recent as a few days to a few weeks to years and so on. And he will take the little satchel, sort of wrapped up cloth that's hanging from his belt, untie it and lay it sort of on a table away from some paperwork that has Jane's head in.
Oh, fantastic. Just what I wanted this early in the morning. Good job I've not eaten yet so far. Thank you.
Well, I did want her alive, but finding out that she was quite a powerful spellcaster made things a little bit difficult for that aspect.
If I had known, I would have warned you, but I had no idea. I knew I should have put my foot down there a little bit sooner, but she was helping the poorer end of the town more than I could, so I decided to give her a little bit of roam. But as the saying goes, give an inch, they'll take a mile, and she seems to have got
Or a foot if you'd have put it on her.
That too. And yes, well, I was in a bit of a mess of my own doing, apparently. But my penance will be telling each one of the children's families that their children will most likely not be returning home.
I do have something for that regard. It's not going to be nice, but it might give a little bit of comfort. And I will pull out the small rag doll.
And
I
he'll
believe it belonged to one of the girls. Little girl, what was the mother's name? Adele, I think it was.
I know to whom you're referring. I will take it with me. I'm sure she will appreciate the little token. But yes, so that will be my job today. I thank you very much for your assistance. I'm glad it was finally got to the bottom of. I can't offer much. I do not have much anymore to offer. But if you ever, for however long you decide to stay, or if you ever find your way back to us, you are more than welcome to stay in the town on the town's dime. You will not have to pay for food, lodgings, and you will be highly respected in the town. Consider it a bit of a home base for you all. For now, at least. And he'll go, however, I can put individual names down on the paperwork, but if there is a collective name, that would make my life, when filling out the endless streams of paperwork I have, a little bit easier. He's asking for a group name.
We gather it.
Do you want me to leave the room while you discuss?
The monkeys, the wombles. Maybe we should be called the clangers.
You do what every good party does and go on the Wu-Tang name generator.
What does it have
Just so
to
you
be
know,
said?
Virginia is listening to what's going on here, and you would occasionally hear her slip into celestial to make the paperwork sound even more complicated.
Any ideas, anybody?
This discussion doesn't have to be in game, by the way. You can have this discussion out of game.
Let's have this discussion out of game because I don't know where I'm stuck. I'm not particularly good with names.
The big.
We'll get back
woolly
to you on
chief.
that, Artin.
I would like a name before you leave so I can fill out the paperwork properly. That is DM speak for you have a week. Come up with a name. But I will leave it blank for the moment.
Can we say we gave Artem a name and then we can come back to it after?
He's basically saying he needs a name before you leave the town. So
Yeah. Can we say in game we gave him a name?
that's why he's giving you until you leave the town to give him a name. Because if I say that you gave him a name, you could take months to come up with a name. So this is me giving you a time limit to come up with a name.
Damn, you're a bit of a cruel DM, aren't you?
Yes. I have learnt from Scott the First that if I do not put a time limit on this shit, you'll still be playing a year and a half later and not have a group name.
Hey, we've got a group name.
Monday's
We still
group.
Toto and the Fox.
No.
No, it was
Fundifies,
Team Justice.
Fundifies crop.
Let's just go Hep Alien and be done.
But yes, you can have this discussion in your plotting channel over the week. But next week I want a group name. That's your homework for the week, people.
Well, what if we just never leave?
Then you never have to come up with a group name, but the game would get hella boring.
That's a game issue, not a us issue.
No, that's a you issue if you refuse to leave the one place.
Suppose you leave as individuals and meet up elsewhere.
Sneak out in the middle of the night. Just so we don't have to give Artin a name.
A little bit extreme.
Yeah.
True.
Just come up with a name over the week, please, people. Homework.
Yeah.
But yes, so he has basically said you pretty much have run of the accommodation in the city, town, sorry, wherever you choose to stay, you will not pay for anymore. And that he is very grateful. He goes, if you wish to stay, you're more than welcome to stay in here for a little bit. I'm sure news will get out fairly quickly. Tara was very excited. She did ask me to let you know when you came by to send you to her house so she can thank you properly. She says she has a little trinket for the one that broke her out of the cage she was in. She didn't expand any more than that. But you're more than welcome to stay here for a little bit. Get ready for what will be small town gossip and most likely fairly well-known faces for a while, I'm sure.
That's fair enough. Couple of quick questions, if possible. the place called Silent Mountain. How far journey is that?
Oh my gosh. That is a fair way to travel through not very nice weather. That is far up north. That is orc territory. And while the orcs are mainly peaceful when dealing with us down here in their own territory, all bets are off. But that is a good, if you go by foot, probably a month and a half. If you were to get horses in a carriage, probably 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, as I thought. Fair enough. And does the free food and lodging, is that the compensation for the reward for capture, or is that separate?
It is separate. You still get the reward for Jane Eyre, which was 150 gold, as she is dead. And he will go and he will pull that out and he will hand it to you.
Thank you.
No problem. You've done the town a great service. But I need to get on. I want me to be the one to tell the parents and not the gossip around the town. So I will take my leave from you. And he will, a slight bow in all of your directions. He will say in Celestial to Lavinia, which Nico also understands. He will say, "Thank you, my dear." Giving them a confidence boost will help in their training, make them feel like they're not quite as ill-educated as they are, and that will help their learning to become guards.
At which point she's just basically got them both to sign at the bottom, in a rough scroll, and smiles at them both, walks over to Artem with the paperwork, which is in her own exquisite handwriting, and hands the sheet to you.
Thank you. You two, your paperwork is now filled out. If you report to Trevor over there, he will get you kitted out and will begin your actual training. You are very welcome here and we are very happy to have you. You will be assets to the guard, I'm sure. I am going to carry on with my unpleasant duty. So good day, guys. Good day. See you around. And he will walk out the door.
One more thing.
Hmm.
Has anyone seen a particularly scared ogre in the last day or so?
There has been no reports of an ogre running around the town or the outskirts of the town. We have not heard anything. More than likely run into the forest, probably to the north, probably halfway to Shatbear by now. If it was scared.
Just roll my eye.
So at that, my ears are going to perk up. What direction was Elmer's wood?
As in his little patch of wooded area. His was to the east, I believe.
Thank God.
So if that is all, I need to make sure that I am the one they hear it from. And he'll look round once more at you. No, no more fun anymore. Perfect, I will leave. And he will walk out the door. So, what are you all up to?
Drax is going to start. He'll pull out a spare bit of parchment and start writing down some bits and pieces as he sort of looks at everybody and goes, I've got some bits to go pick up, depending on what you are all doing.
I feel I may go for a walk by the river to collect my thoughts. I will be returning to the inn before nightfall. And yeah, I'm just going to head out before anybody says anything.
Okay.
I have a small errand or two I need to do about town. Shall we meet back at the inn tonight?
Sounds like a good idea.
Sure.
Ishida's just kind of been lost in his own world since coming out of the cavern and everything. So once everyone kind of leaves, he'll kind of leave himself and just kind of find a very secluded place where he can just kind of sit and meditate and think about things, but close enough to the tavern that we're staying in.
Okay. So everyone's splitting up. So we will start with Russell. I believe I know what you want to do. So, are you going to Potts? Or no? Has Scott the Second stopped working?
Oh no, I get literally. I missed the part where you actually referred to me.
Sorry. Yes, so we will start with Russell.
My mic has been troning all night.
Oh no.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down for 10 minutes in an area where I can see some birds or something of that nature.
Okay. So you find a quiet little area. Are you looking for just somewhere you can watch birds, or are you wanting somewhere quiet, somewhere out of the way, somewhere wooded? What sort of area are you looking for?
I am perfectly fine to do this in most places, but somewhere where there is some animals with flight.
Okay.
Is the main.
Yep. So you find your way to the town square. Actually, it's fairly busy there, but it's got the clearest view of the sky. And you notice there's several birds flying past. A couple of seagulls, a pigeon, and a couple of swallows flying around as well.
I'm going to take a handful of grain, just hold it out, sort of close my hand, and I'm going to begin ritually casting Animal Messenger.
Okay, so one of the little swallows will eventually, while you're sitting there with the grain in your hand, land on your hand, and you cast Animal Messenger, and it sort of cocks its head at you, and it's just like, what are you wanting?
East of here, there is a small patch of wood containing many unusual plants. There is a man made of wood there, a briarling. Seek him out and give him this message. Elmar, it is Russell. I send you this message to check on Samuel. How is he doing? Let me know. And then I'll look at the bird and say, eat your fill, and thank you for your service.
So it will peck at your hand for a little bit. Probably doesn't take very much, it's only a very small bird. But it will then nod its head at you and fly off.
I will then dust myself off and head to Potts.
Okay. So as you walk into Potts, he's in his normal state of disarray. Everything's a bit everywhere. He's got a random stain down his top that he's trying to currently clean off because he's recently spilt something on him. But he sees you coming in and goes, "Oh, Russell, so nice to see you. You're here to check on my devil's maw. I know it. Come look at how amazingly well it's doing." And he instantly grabs you by the hand and starts pulling you out the back.
I will happily follow.
He leads you out into the back garden, and the devil's maw is indeed doing very well from what you can tell. It's looking happy and it's growing, and it's no sign of anything wrong with it at all. He goes, see, I've taken your words and I've done what you've told me, and look how amazingly it's doing. No seeds as of yet, but as soon as I get them, I'm going to take them to where you told me to.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to see you growing so well.
The devil's maw just growls at you. Not in an aggressive way, but in a sort of a playful way.
In my head, it's just, oh. Listen, Mr. Potts, I wonder if I could ask you a little favor.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for some seeds, something a little bit special. I'm looking for these, and I'll give him a little scrap of parchment written on.
Mm-hmm. What does it have written on there? Sorry, I think you broke up.
Oh, it's just what I messaged you about.
Oh, okay. And he'll look and go, I don't have any of these, but I do have something that I think will fit. Let me go and grab it. And he walks over to dark blue flowers. A plant with very dark blue flowers. They look slightly watery and slightly bluebell, so a little bit like teardrops. And they've got dark green leaves very close to the ground. And he'll go and he'll gather some seeds and he'll bring them back over to you. And go, I think these will fill the requirement.
These are absolutely wonderful. How much do I owe you for them?
Oh, no, nothing, don't worry. Nothing. For a fellow plant enthusiast, nothing, free. Spread the plants. Get them growing everywhere. These ones prefer damp places, but I've got them going fairly well in my little garden.
I'll be sure to spread them about wherever they will be at home.
Perfect. And while you're here, would you like a cup of tea?
You know what? I think I'll take you up on it.
And he will take you back inside and he will pour you a cup of tea. And he will sit there and have a natter with you. So we will leave Russell there for now. And we will go next in the line, which is Cecilia. What would you like to do?
Go to the tavern, get myself a good stiff drink, return somewhere where I can, either to the room or somewhere at least quiet, and try and have a few words with a certain entity if I can reach through
Okay.
about what they've got planned next, if anything.
Perfect. Let me have a look. Okay. can I grab you in the whisper channel for just a moment then, please?
Cool.
Cool.
I believe we started on Battle Foxes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see if that holds up during the week. So that was Cecilia. Now, Nico and Draxus, are you together? Are you separate?
No, I'm just going back to the tavern. So
Okay.
whatever Drax is doing.
So are you doing anything at the tavern other than drinking? Or are you even drinking? What are you doing in the tavern, Nico?
Just gonna sit in the bar area and sharpen my sword.
Okay. Awesome.
Unless Drax is coming, then I'll talk to him.
Is Draxus going to the bar with Nico?
No.
Okay. No, Nico.
Oh, well, fuck you then.
Well, Draxus will.
No, I don't
no,
wanna
no.
hear it.
Okay,
No.
fine. Fuck you.
Lover's tip.
Oh dear me. Okay, so Ishida, what are you doing?
I'm just going to find like a tree around like a park somewhere that's quiet, secluded, where I can just kind of sit and kind of meditate. Um, I've got one key point left. I want to see if I can potentially use that to access this astral self or this other person that everyone keeps telling me about.
How many key points do you usually need to access it?
2.
Then no, I will say you try, and you try, but something is blocking that connection. Something clearly does not want you knowing that that's there, so you get nothing.
Okay. Then just gonna meditate, see if I can remember anything that I did, uh, any of my actions. Yeah.
Make me a wisdom check.
Wisdom.
Check, not save.
15.
You think on it and you meditate on it, and you get a couple of snapshots of. Actually, do you know what? The one you only get one memory back, and it's the memory of you punching Lavinia. Is the one that comes back to your head.
Yep, I thought that would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna continue to meditate, and I'm just gonna continue just try to focus in a little bit, trying to. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm working.
That's the only memory you get back through the afternoon. You try and you try, but you can't access anything else there. But is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Draxus.
Draxus will head to the Swiftfoot Crier. Purchase 150 gold's worth of magical transcribing ink and paper, and he will also ask the gentleman, is there, by any chance, is there anywhere around that may have that may sell magical items?
He'll look at you and go, not in this town. There is a small magical item shop up in Chatbear, but there is a much larger one and multiple ones over in Ramfield. Your best bet for probably whatever you're looking for is to go over to that city.
Fair enough. I was just looking for seeing if you knew of anybody who might have some more minor things, but this will do, thank you.
You're welcome. And he will take the gold from you and go, oh, and congratulations on saving the child and ending the terror that has caused. You will be all over the news come tomorrow morning. Our news, at least. Local town gossip news.
Joy. And he will then head to I can't remember the name of the. Nope, I can't find it at the minute. He's gonna head to the smithy.
The Three
Even
Sisters
though
Smithy.
that's the one. I haven't been there, so I haven't properly written it down. But yeah, he's gonna head there.
Okay. Let me turn to the page. Oh, sorry, the Soot Sisters Smithy, sorry. Not the Three Sisters Smithy. But it is known by the locals as the Triple S. So you walk in, it's a fairly normal blacksmith shop. Behind the counter are 3 women. They look like they range in age from probably their early 20s to their mid 30s. And they all look around as you come in, and in unison go, "Good afternoon, how can we help?"
Okay, that's a bit weird, but fair enough. Couple of things. I hear you deal with jewels and jewelry.
The elder looking one will step forward and go, "Yes, we do. We dabble a little bit. How can we help?"
I have a few pieces that, well, hopefully, if you're interested in buying, and he will produce the small lockbox with 83 gold's worth of gems, and there's a small idol worth 20 gold, and the 3 malachite pieces, because I'm not, unless I'm supposed to know if there's something else.
No, they are just to be sold. She'll look at everything and advise you that the malachite are probably worth about 10 gold each. And she gives you she is happy to take the rest of it off of your hands, offering you the exact gold amount. She's not quibbling. She's happy to take them at the price that you're expecting.
Right, he'll also pull out the dagger they found in the altar room that's worth 25 gold. Show them that, see if they looks anything interesting, or is it just fashionable or something.
Okay. At that point, she'll wave over the middle sister and go, "She is more the weapons expert, the weapons and armor expert, so I will pass you over to her." And she goes, "By the way, I'm Amelia. This is Melissa, and the youngest one you can see sat in the corner doing nothing is Lashane. Normally she is out delivering our wares because she prefers to be outside, but today we're a little bit slow, so she is sitting there looking like a thundercloud. Young people. And she will pass you over to Melissa, who will look at the dagger and look it over and go, "It's fairly good workmanship. Not badly done. A little bit nicked, but that's not so bad. Could offer you about 16, 17 gold for it. Needs a little bit of work, but I could bring it up to a standard where I could sell it for a little bit of profit there."
Well, if you could round it to 20, make it even more of a better number.
Roll me a persuasion check. She'll look at you and go, "That would cut into the profit a fair amount, but do you know what? I'd be happy to pay it. I think I could do enough so I could get still a decent profit from that." So she will hand you over the 20 gold.
Right, yeah. And I know it's probably not in your wheelhouse, and I've asked around, but I'm looking for a specific item, and he will. Well, I will send you a message for what it is.
Okay. She will look at you and go, "Oh, unfortunately not in our wheelhouse, as you have stated. Potentially, the magic shop up in Shatbear may have it, but Ramfield will be your best bet for somewhere close that would definitely have these."
Yeah, never any harm in asking. But it is nice to meet you, ladies. And it was good doing business. Hopefully, I'll have more in future.
Hopefully, do feel free to come back.
Of course. Good day. And Travis will nod and leave.
Okay.
And I think that's everything he wanted to do. He'll probably return to the inn, the tavern, and do his normal thing of if his table is free, he will create his tea set and make a cup of tea. Probably sit there for a little bit if Nico was still there and wanted to talk.
Is Nico still there? Does he want to talk? Or are you still having a lover's tiff?
There was actually a couple of things I did want to do on the way back to the tavern.
Okay, let's jump back to you then before we go over to Lidinia.
I wanted to kind of get like a map of the region.
Okay.
Maybe that could kind of have routes to like Shatbear at least.
Yeah, I'll say. Do you know what? You would have been able to pick up a map in the stockades. So I'll say that you managed to do that before leaving. Someone just gave you one. And yeah, that shows paths up to Shatbear. It shows paths over to Ramfield. And it also shows paths going from Shatbear further up north. And there's also a couple of paths over to a little coastal town just over to the east as well.
Okay, cool. And then I might start to inquire about the cost of either some horses or kind of like a coach, like travel to Shatbear. Like either the price of hiring some horses or some kind of travel.
Okay. I will need to get back to you on that one because I need to do some maths on that one. But I will get back
Okay.
to you before it is required.
And then after that, just back to the tavern.
Okay.
So I'll probably be there,
Perfect.
either before or not.
I'll say you got there before. It wouldn't have taken you long. So, yep, you're there for when Draxus walks in.
Okay, once he's set up his tea set, I'll come and sit at his table. I'll sit opposite him, and I'll just say, "You wanna pour me one of those? I've never tried your tea."
So I'll give you a bit of a side eye. Pour you a drink into a second cup and slide it over to you.
Uh, I spoke to her this morning when everyone was asleep. I sat and waited. And I spoke to her, and I made a deal. One that might bring me a little bit closer to where I want to be. But the deal involves going to Shatbear and killing a guy. If you're in.
Well, I don't really have any other directions apart from north. As she said before, when Adria left, when she said about the gemstone dragons born, did she say it in Draxus's head or did she say out loud?
Out loud.
No. When she left, you heard her say about other dragonborn. If we head to Shatbear, then maybe we can find another way to start heading further north, meet up with her group, find out what they were, well, their offshoot were up to, and maybe I can find out some more about other gemstones in the area. But before Jane died, I had a sneak peek into her mind. Well, you saw her face, she was smiling. Not a person on the verge of death would just smile without reason. But I heard her in her mind say she was hoping for a deal, if a deal would work or something. So I think there's something else to all of this.
You think maybe she's not dead? Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. As our body is, from what you know, well, from what we know, just because a body dies doesn't mean the person stays dead now.
That's true. If we go and do this, kill this guy, I'll be able to speak with her again. Maybe I could ask if she's passed on, or if she's slipped through the cracks.
That would be a bit annoying now, wouldn't it? But I think that's something we have to deal with at a later date. When it comes, question I've been asking, I've been carrying around a lot of this gold we've been finding. I need you to start carrying some of it. I know
Yeah.
Spyro's been annoying me about sharing it, so are we supposed to share it with the rest of them or just between us?
I mean, fair's fair. Everybody did their share. I mean, everyone put themselves in harm's way a shit lot more than you did this afternoon. I think they deserve a share.
No, you handled it. Though it got a bit out of hand with Ishida, but that's a whole different kettle of fish. Is that
Yeah,
right to say
that's
around Ledinia?
it. Maybe not around Ladinia, but in the privacy of our own conversations, it's fine. But yeah, Ishida, that's another one. He was brought back too by the Raven Queen. She brought him back. Mm.
I thought she weren't into the whole coming back thing.
Well, it seems there's more to him. Yeah, he might be a little simple on the outside, but
Well, he's
there's
definitely
some
not
sort.
simple now, is he?
Well, clearly not, but there's some sort of destiny there. I think he wants to. He mentioned he wants to go to the Shadowfell, which seems kind of crazy to me, but everyone's got crazy goals, I guess.
True, true. But well, if you need be, I'll well, I think that's a discussion for another time. I will continue hanging on to our our money, and Draxus will sort of out of sight of people, sort of start counting the coins up, and then hand you a couple of bags, one for everybody in the group to dish out for when you feel like giving it to them.
Yeah, sure.
Draxus will sort of hold and look at, stop and recount again and go, "Hmm, at least one upside. With Silas gone, he needs a bit more wealth back to us."
Yeah, yeah, I guess, but I think Cecilia's gonna be hanging around for a bit, so
You two seem to become an effective team.
she's certainly capable. Good fighter, good head on her shoulders for now. I don't know how long we're gonna be hanging around this group. Um, they're an interesting bunch, all more than capable. If they're interested in going north with us, I'd happily bring them along. But maybe tone down the fact that you are only in it for the money, because they've said to me on a few occasions that they think you're some sort of bounty hunter. It's not a good image to have.
Man, it's the way this world works, isn't it? It's what I've learned so far, and it helps me get. And with gold, it allows me to get spells
I
and
understand
the
that.
materials to help me with that.
I understand that. Sometimes, even if you have to fake compassion, maybe sometimes do it. Like when it comes to a choice between helping children or a little bit of gold, help the children. In return, you'll more than likely get gold. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose so. Maybe I'll go find a book on compassion or something.
Whatever you need to learn. Uh, I'll hand these out to everybody when they get back. But I know I'll leave you to your books and that. I'm just gonna no sharpen my sword. Think about death or something.
Maybe you should take your own advice and lighten up, I think. Stop being so morbid, or would it kill you to have a clean for once in a while?
Well, if it did, I'd fucking clean more often.
Cleaning yourself would kill you. Try that. And Draxus will wave his hand and create his little DM screen again and go to work on transcribing his the spells he has.
Cool. So, we will pass it over now to Ladinia. What is Ladinia doing?
She's going to head directly to. Keep getting the name. Doc's Provisions.
Okay, the little toy shop.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody inside?
No, it's school time, so there is no kids inside at the moment. This is just Doc working on his toys.
She's just going to head inside and just start looking around.
Good afternoon, Miss Lavinia. How can I help today?
Mostly browsing. They've had a harrowing experience. You'll no doubt hear about this. Just I wanted to come to somewhere cheerful.
I'm so glad you think of me as such. Well, my shop as such. I do try. It's the place for the kids to come, no matter what end of the scale they land on, and somewhere they can just be children.
I know, it's, as I say, it's cheerful. It's a pleasant place. I just came to absorb some of the atmosphere. I don't mean to disturb you. But you're just going to keep on browsing at the toys and things. Eventually, start slowly working away up the counter.
You are not disturbing me. You look like you need a conversation. Have a seat. I have good ears. I need to pick up what the children are saying. Because what they say is not always what they mean. Kind of like adults.
Yeah, I probably could do with someone to talk to. It's just, we managed to save Tara and Tara's daughter, but she was the only one. The experience has left me slightly disturbed.
You were slightly disturbed by being able to save some people. It's an odd one.
By not being able to save the rest. I know we have given their family a future and the daughter her life, but at the same time, many other families were not so lucky. I just wish we could have acted sooner or helped more.
I understand. And considering I used to be in a band a bit like yours, I understand the feeling. But you need to learn that you are never going to be able to save everybody. There are going to be choices you make, directly or indirectly. There will always be losses. There will always be people you don't get to in time. But it's the ones you do get to that you need to remember. Because if you didn't even try, then they wouldn't be alive. So the fact that you random group of strangers walked into our town and managed to save a mother and her child, if you hadn't been here, this would still be going on. So it's not just that one child you've saved, it's the children that would have been taken next, and the ones after that, and the ones after that, and potentially whatever they were trying to do with those children, you have potentially saved a lot more than just the one.
I do know this, and I am aware of the good I have done. However, it's more the selfish desire. I could have done more, I could have helped more. I understand we have all done well, but still, I know it's a strange thing. I am a life cleric, and all life is sacred. But at the same time, it is my own recognition I crave as well. It's terrible. I do apologize.
No, there is nothing to apologise for. You are like most people, and with every person there is a little bit of selfish desire in there. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. The fact that you recognise it in yourself is more than 99.9% of people will ever achieve. And you do deserve, all of you deserve recognition for what you did. And you'll get it in the little town. You'll be so sick of it you'll want to run out of the door. It's a small town. But how do I put this? Being upset that you did not achieve more and therefore getting more recognition is something that will just drive you crazy. Because I get the impression from you that you do the best you can. And if you're doing the best you can, you do all you can. So being upset that you can't do more is silly, because you are doing everything you can, and you will just drive yourself crazy.
And yet my self-desires once more raise themselves. I've been neglecting my family, specifically a brother I have not seen in a while, and though I know things can be done, I wish to divert the group, if I'm staying with them, to see him.
Well, if you are staying with the group, then the group should work as a team. Put the option out there. Explain your concerns. You'll want to go and see him. See what happens. They may not necessarily turn you down. It may not be a divergence, you don't know. They may be happy to go and meet your brother and help out where they can. You're allowed to be selfish every now and again. Just don't make everyone else bend to your whims. Approach the selfish nature as, this is something I would like to do. Would everyone else be okay with us doing it? Or potentially doing it in the near future? Just because it's something you want to do doesn't mean it's something you shouldn't do.
I feel lucky to have such sage advice. May I leave you something to help you with the shop?
I will be more than grateful. In fact, I have a little gift for you as well, so give me just a moment. He will jump off his seat and waddle out the back. And he will come back with... he actually comes back with two things. He comes back with... no, he doesn't actually. Ignore me. He does not. The other thing has been collected. So he comes back with a tiny little box, and he produces a little key for you, and he hands you the key and goes, if you turn it, push it in that little hole and turn it, it will do something.
So he's handed the box and the key, yeah?
Yep, he's popped it's a little golden box, probably fits in the palm of your hand, and it's circular shaped, and there's a little hole on the side where this little key that he's handed you fits.
Okay, I put the key in, give it a turn.
Okay, so you turn it, and it starts to click, and the little lid lifts off the box, and there's a tiny little town, well, not town, city, there, that's got lots of little fish swimming around it, and funnily enough, it plays a lullaby that you remember from home. You've not heard it anywhere else, so you're amazed that this little man knows this song, and he's basically made a little music box of your home, of your city, with a little lullaby for you.
It just sits and listens to it for a little while.
And he'll let you, and he'll go back to working on what he was working on.
And whilst he's got his back turned, she's going to put 10 gold coins onto the counter.
He will see them, and he will nod, and he will go, the token is appreciated. I will use this to build some toys for the poorer end of the town.
exquisite work you do. I thank you.
You're more than welcome. Next time I'm in the vicinity of Mirror, I will make sure to pop in if you're around. And he'll wink at you.
I'm not sure when I will be back, but I'm certain that Beaver's family will welcome you with open arms. I will ensure to send a letter home.
Well, I will get back to my work. But enjoy your time here, and I hope to see you back.
Yeah, I'm going to watch him work for a little bit before just excusing myself and heading back to the tavern.
Okay. So you all end up back at the tavern, and unless there's anything you want to do, we will call it there. So does anyone want to do anything quickly before when you're all back in the tavern?
Is Ladinia back in the tavern?
Yes. For the 5th time, everyone is back in the tavern.
Right. So once she's back in the tavern, I'm just gonna kind of go up to her and just kind of hold her and give her a hug, like, and just kind of hold the hug for a couple of minutes. So even if she drops the hug, I'll just continue to kind of hug her.
She's Lillian is very stiff at first, and then she just relaxes into it and hugs you back.
And that's it.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, once everybody's back at the tavern, Nico would kind of go around one by one and give them their coin purse, or their kind of pile of coins for their share of what we've done. I don't know how much it was. Traz has got the money. Well, Drax.
Yeah. Everybody but obviously Scott the First, Cecilia. Everybody else gets go for 100 gold, 124 silver, 673 copper. That's obviously not including Cecilia and Nico. You don't get that either because obviously I'm holding on to it. And then after that, everybody gets an extra 47 gold, 13 silver, and 4 copper. That's including Cecilia that time.
Could you potentially write that down, because
Yeah,
I
no problem.
got well confused. Thank you.
I'm just gonna be one of those weirdo DMs that just gives a load of copper all the time. I'm looking at that amount of copper each, and I'm like, that's a lot of copper.
It's alright, we'll be really annoying players and pay for everything in copper.
Just sit
Kind
there
of
at the
money in gold.
just sit there at the tavern. How much is that? 25 gold, right? 1 copper, 2 copper, 3 copper.
So is that everything?
So, bit of a problem. I'm not officially encumbered because of the copper.
I will DM the rule that gold and money does not count to your encumbrance. I will pretend that coin does not have weight in my campaign.
No, that's pretty much why Draxus has been literally walking everywhere.
Should have said.
I was playing my character with a shit ton of gold. Who's actually quite all right for reasonably strong for a wizard.
Is there any local church that I can make a donation to?
There is a local church. You have seen one. You haven't asked much about it or noted it at all, but there is a local church that you will have seen. But we will do that next time if you're okay, because it is getting very late. So we will call it there if everyone is okay too.
Yep, sure.
Yes.
Next session, that place is getting 687 copper.
Okay, and I will, before I end the stream, I will say that is level up for all of you. So you all go to level 4 and enjoy it.
Yay!
Enjoy it because that will be your last level up for a fair while. But on that note, I will say night stream.
Night stream.
Night stream.
Good night.
Oh.